Council will come to order. It is January the 13th on Tuesday. We do have a quorum. Councilmember Rowe will be a little late tonight, and it is 6:03 p.m. And we will convene into a workshop session. Item number 1, discussion of agenda items posted for consideration on the regular session council agenda for January the 13th, which is tonight. Council, do you have any items on our agenda tonight that you would like to discuss or ask questions about? Other than me doing it during the item. Any points of?
Do it during the item.
Do it during the item? Nothing specific? All right. We will then move on to item 2, discussion of agenda items posted for consideration on the upcoming regular session council agenda for January 27th, 2015. The preliminary outline of that is on page 8 of your packet. Does anybody have any items here they would like to discuss, or Mike, any comments about things?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Perro.
On the third item on the list for January 27th, it shows consider and take appropriate action regarding general signage on poles and painted on road beds. I would like to defer that to a February meeting only because I want to meet with Chief Arata and go over some details and use his input to help prepare the presentation.
Where are you looking? Because I'm not seeing what you're telling
In
me.
the workshop,
Page 8, under workshop,
third item on the workshop.
and there's the third item down.
Page 8 of the, oh, I see, okay, up at
Page
the
8
top,
of the
okay.
package, yeah, up at the top.
All right, I'm seeing, under the workshop.
Right,
You're saying delay that till when?
till the February meeting, whatever fits into the schedule.
All right,
And number 2, if I may, on the next item, review and provide input regarding the handbook of elected and appointed officials. It's in the workshop session, but I didn't find it in the regular session for discussion and action. Are we not planning on taking it to that level at that meeting?
Typically, what we'll do is have that discussion, you guys provide us guidance, and we'll bring it back, and if it's simple enough, we'll just put it on a consent agenda for approval to the next council meeting.
I see. Okay, I just was curious about that.
well, based on the changes that are already out there,
Well, you,
I wouldn't say that's simple enough.
well, and I'm perfectly okay to put it on as an actionable item, if you're ready to move forward with all of that. I've given you the red line, and I know that there's been some updates to that, to the document itself, but you haven't had any opportunity to deliberate, and we won't have that opportunity tonight.
Well, we could have on the 27th if
You
we
could.
moved it down to the regular.
You could deliberate and take action. We could certainly do that, if that's your pleasure.
Well, let's, I guess my preference would be put it on the agenda to take action. We don't have to take action that night, but at least it would allow us to
Okay?
give specific direction.
We'll
maybe
move
if
it to
we
the
need
to the
Let-
regular
Let's see what we
agenda.
get. I haven't finished going through all of it, so I don't know if anybody else has. Have you gone through it, Jim? The whole handbook?
Yes, I think that Councilman Lamont, Mayor Pro Tem Lamont and Councilman Kurt
Rowe.
have done an excellent job, and Rowe have done an excellent job in putting that together. I appreciate the hard work they did.
I found some conflicts today where it was, looks like it was trying to correct some problems with staff liaison versus council liaison. And a couple of words I think that maybe were worse, but those were minor. And the only other thing that seemed lacking to me based on how far I got, was might want to discuss what does council liaison do? So it's pretty simple, broad, not real specific. If that's what you want to leave it, fine, but let's at least maybe talk about it if we need to.
I agree, but we felt that's more to discuss rather than just put it in there and
That's right,
and
yeah.
assume that that's what we want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like it on discussion too, because I haven't even looked at it, so you can imagine when I start looking at it,
Oh, God.
what I might change.
You haven't even looked at it?
I haven't had time.
I understand. Okay.
I've been looking at.
Councilman Kurtz, any opinion?
Nope.
Okay. So, Mike, let's have it at least to potentially take a action if we want to, but it'll be on the workshop of the 27th, and then we'll go from there.
So you want it on the workshop and on the regular council meeting? Got it.
If the changes are simple enough, then we deal with it, but if they're not,
Fair enough.
we just say we move on. All right. So we're still talking about the 27th agenda. Anybody have any questions or comments about that? Greg?
We need to add, because we only approved it for 6 months, the baseball contract for the fall schedule and the schedule of tournament fees.
Okay, so my recollection is the council adopted a contract carrying them through the spring season.
Right, 6 months.
And what I hear you telling me is you would like to consider the extension of that contract through the fall on the January
Even-
27th?
And even forward, not just the next 6 months, but we can set something up so we don't have to keep coming back every 6 months.
So do you think you really need it by the 27th? We got a lot down there under regular session. Can we do it later?
When is this spring session over?
It would be the last week of June.
All right, so I got time. All right, I'll agree with that.
I would much prefer to, I mean, our plate is completely full right now. I don't know that we could be prepared to consider an extension of the baseball contract by the
All right,
27th
so
of
what we'll do is
June.
when I get to the future agenda items, we'll put it on there for
That'd
February.
be fine.
Yeah.
That'd be fine. I
That's
think we may already have it there.
Well, I was trying to see if it's there. I don't see it there.
It would probably be worth having a workshop session and just talking about it and discussing it before we take action on it, I think.
But we don't need to do that in January.
No, but, as is typical, we wait till the last second and then our backs are against the wall, so we need to get it on pretty quick.
I think that's what Mayor Pro Tem Lamont's trying to do is let's get it out there. I don't know that there were, well, I won't say that. There were some changes talked about in the previous contract, but if we can get some of those resolved, coming back to us makes it simple.
And we didn't address the tournaments at all.
And then we didn't address the tournaments.
And I think once we get our general election and/or special election called, we'll have the opportunity to do it justice at that point. But if we can get through February, I think we can start focusing on in March with a goal to have something approved by April.
So let's look at the list of items that are under regular session that's just somewhat topical. We're looking to have the park board's recommendations about the Royal Troon recommendations to come before us.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Have we received any kind of report to look at? I can't remember. I mean, I've seen the minutes of park board, but is there anything more thorough, more other than what I've seen? Or has council seen anything?
I believe that was sent out a long time ago, but it wasn't for this meeting. It was all what Park Board looked at. I'm almost positive that was sent out.
Okay.
What
I
Park
can't
Board
remember.
looked on their
I
agenda.
know I've seen it. I just don't know if they have.
Let's look and make sure we get
The new council members.
precise of the recommendations, because new council wouldn't have had that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. I have an email to Patricia. It's a couple months old. I know she's been busy, but just asking some legal opinions about that easement stuff. So, other than that,
Okay?
I'd like to see some of that stuff, though, before we make a decision, because I know it's a,
Before
a hot
obviously, we need
topic.
some time before January 27th. So we're looking for Adam to give us the recommendations. I think we had a presentation that showed the survey results, those kinds of things. I don't necessarily remember the recommendations, other than I remember the topics, but, okay, so, and then, Councilmember Reed, I'd seen where he had asked some legal questions about easements and setbacks that we were looking for some interpretation.
It was a couple months back.
Yeah. We need to get those before we get into deliberation. Community garden on there, what, is that gonna be ready to discuss and deal with by the 27th?
Yes, sir.
All right. And budget amendment, Mike, you wanna talk about what the budget amendment is that
Sure.
you're gonna propose?
During the course of a fiscal year, we may submit a budget amendment that does exactly what it says, amends the existing budget. And we'll do that once, twice, sometimes 3 times a year. We've had enough significant change to our fiscal year already that it would dictate that we should, you're going to make some decisions tonight, I think, I hope, that would impact our financial position that we didn't plan for. And, you know, the TMRS decision has freed up significant dollars as a result, and we just need to clean the books up to this point moving forward. And if there's plans for that money, or if you have plans for that money, or if there's some issues moving forward that we know that we need to fund, those kind of decisions will come before you as a budget amendment, and we'll have all of that tied up for you to consider at the next council meeting.
Mike, aren't a couple of items that we're talking about tonight recommending use of those funds or not?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So that's the reason I wanted you to talk about it.
Yeah. That little contraption that Ed's sitting in front of, we don't currently have money budgeted for. But if it's the desire of the council to put crosswalk flashers in our community, that's one way to pay for it without having to dip into reserves and that kind of thing.
Now I can't see. There's spots in front of my eyes. So if I don't read the right words, would somebody help me? Golly gee. And if you're driving along too close to that, you're still safe, okay. Thank you, Mike, sorry.
You bet.
Ed and I had worked out this sign that if a council member's out of order, I just point and that thing flashes.
Well, it'll probably flash a lot tonight.
Can you aim it more at that direction?
Okay.
Can I ask a question about that? Have we, Adam, have we bought the cameras, security cameras in the bleachers yet?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next item was Amenity Lake Slopes. I think this is an update of partially one that potentially consideration of proposal for affluent or
No,
not?
sir, that deals with drainage improvements along Highland and Broadway, as well as improvements to the slopes that surround the amenity lakes. If you know, if you're familiar with that at all, we've got significant erosion issues and we're coming prepared to spend some drainage dollars that have already been approved. And frankly, I don't know that we'll be ready for the 27th for this particular issue. We've already got proposals in, but I still need to cross some Ts and dot some Is with the Corps of Engineers, I think, so before we even consider moving forward with that.
Is that controlled by the Corps, or it's actually on Corps land?
Backs up to the Corps property, you know, so drainage and runoff affect their property, and they'll have a say-so in what we
I know, I deal with it all the time. Wilbur.
But you're not, that's not the discussion about potentially getting affluent from Upper Trinity.
No, sir. Actually, I've included that as just a
Item
topic of discussion at the upcoming retreat to see if there's any interest in moving forward with that.
All right. So rental dwellings registration and inspection program, part of that was me, I think, asking that to be on the agenda. I guess what I would say is, let's move it back in the year unless you're really ready for it? Or does it need to be workshopped in some fashion?
I don't think it'll need to be workshopped. I mean, we can certainly talk about it, but many communities do that to control their rental properties in town. And I know we had one incident, and as far as I know, in the last 4.5 years, that's the only incident we've ever had. So we may be, doing some things that may or may not have an impact on our community. If you'd like to push it back, we can.
Well, if you're
Otherwise,
ready to present some things,
Mr. Mayor.
I know that I had some citizens question about that.
I'll be more than happy to bring it forward.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there may be some realtors out there and some other people that have some input. We probably should workshop it. I'd like to hear some.
Okay.
I know I have a very strong opinion about it, so
Okay.
I'd like to hear some others.
I think I was partly trying to get this done when it looked like something might happen on PD 30, and it needed to be in place before they actually submitted plans. So, well, it probably still needs to move forward. So they have the award bid on the ambulance. Anybody have a question about that? All right, so Mike, I was looking at the Town Council future agenda item list that was in our packet, page 280. And item 8 says, consider and take appropriate action regarding parking on Parkview and options for police department mitigation. It was placed on there in September, and we have our second date that says 1 January 13. And based on that interpretation, it was going to be on our January 13th agenda.
That's right. And we removed all of the future agenda items because we wanted to spend the time focusing on the sign ordinance tonight.
So should that item, number 8, be on our 27th agenda?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that the way I would interpret that? Okay. So if you'll put that item on the 27th agenda. Anybody else have comments about the 27th agenda? Or questions? All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to item 3. Review and provide input and direction to staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding amendments to the sign ordinance. Mike, do you have any comments first, or want me to have people just begin?
We had, we provided you as a starting point where we left off this time last year. And I hope you've had the opportunity to read the red line and consider what it is we were trying to accomplish. I know that there are some specific categories that we need to address and get some direction from the council to. And we're doing this now in the hopes that we can get something in front of the council for action prior to the next election season, especially as it relates to election signage. Another topic of importance that's coming forward pretty quickly is sponsorship signs of athletic fields. I know that the Youth Baseball Association has asked for a number of years an opportunity to put, as a revenue source, to put sponsorship signs during their season out on the outfield fences. And I think that the high school has also got an interest in perhaps doing something like that. Currently, they're not allowed. So with that, I think we can start the discussion, and those are particular items. If there's others in the sign ordinance you wanted to address, a third topic was the real estate signs. And I've got to apologize to Councilmember Perro. He asked me to provide you a copy of the email and that he had sent me today. I just got totally bombed out today. During the discussion, I'll go make some copies and pass that out. Is that okay? I don't have it at the dais right now.
So council, in your packet, pages 10 through whatever, through 38, are the current sign regulations. Thought we'd step through it in sections and see if you have any comments. I don't mind skipping some sections But I'll call up first the definitions section, which is 4.01, only because I had notes.
I would like to say something before that.
Sure.
I would like to see, before definitions, a section that just talks about maybe the purpose, the intent, what we're trying to do with our sign ordinance. It seemed like in the research that I did, that you really needed to show kind of your intent, whether it be safety, whether it be to keep your community, if you have a long-standing desire in your community to keep things clean, litter-free, things like that. The one case that actually went to the Supreme Court was the city of Ladue, Missouri. And so I actually pulled their ordinance, which is probably the most correct ordinance in the United States because it actually went to the Supreme Court. And they were very clear, they're a planned community and here's who did the planning and here's, all the declarations, the purpose and intent before their definitions even.
I will say, we normally do that in whereas clauses. That doesn't normally make it into the code, but we
okay.
can add something that says intent or something
Yeah.
like that, if that.
I mean, it just seemed like they almost were, it was almost, because I actually listened to the Supreme Court, they had it online where you could listen to it, and it almost was like, these are the Supreme Court justices' words. I mean, just what exactly the questions they asked, they put it in there to show intent, why they're doing what they're doing, so.
And that's why those
I'll send
whereas
it.
clauses are really important.
Yeah.
People sort of overlook them, but they are important. But
Okay.
like I said, we can also put it in.
Yeah, it was
an
kind of,
intention of the ordinance or something and do a section like that as well.
okay.
While you're kind of on the entire document discussion, I have not had a chance to compare this to Colleyville's. Stephen, it's probably been too long since you've been at Colleyville, but my understanding is that they've gone through amending and changing it somewhat of their sign ordinance fairly recently. We might want to get a copy, if that's all together in one place, and see if there's some sections that would help us. I just wanted to mention that in the definitions where it was delineating signs, that we just went through this issue with Papa Murphy's opening, with trying to determine what a waiver flag was. And so I looked up and found them referred to as three different names: a bow banner, a feather flag, and an ad flag, none of which are defined in our ordinance, but apparently look pretty much like they're the same thing. But if in fact we're going to deal with those specifically in our sign ordinance, maybe we need a definition for them. And those were called bow banner, feather flag, and ad waivers. They are just constructed slightly different, and just kind of depends on how much the material moves. But I think that was the plan of Papa Murphy's, wasn't it, to put waivers out by the street? Or those were the people were the waivers, right?
People were the waivers.
But they also had the, the bow flags. And we didn't know what to call them. Is that right, Matt? What were they called?
What are they referring to them as, Matt?
They're referring to the sail flags,
Sail flag,
I
there you
believe
go.
is what they were referred to at the meeting.
For the name.
Anyway, so that's a fourth name. So that was at least what I recall from reading through these definitions, and that was just fresh on my mind. All right, does anybody have a section they want to jump to? We would go to 402 if you want to. If there's nothing in 402, we'll just go on. Anybody? About permit requirements? There really was no red line area there. 403, general standards. I don't believe there was any red line there either, so no changes. Traffic and safety, 404, anything there? All right. Temporary signs, 405, we do get some areas here to discuss, right?
Yeah,
Councilmember Lamont, did you want to talk?
Yeah, Patricia, now, elections are 90 days. We can't touch that, correct? Putting an election sign out?
Ours are 60 days in the ordinance.
It's in 60, but
Ours
now,
are 60 days in the ordinance, yes.
okay. Now, the state says 90 days, but we're okay with that, 60 and 90? Okay.
That's a discussion from long ago, and basically, we used to have a much shorter period in our ordinance, and it got extended to the 60. We tie that to the last day to file for office, and that's what we've had for a number of years.
Now, having said that, with temporary signs, because that's also 60 days, is everybody comfortable with 60 days? I mean, as far as having a temporary sign, should we reduce that to 30? You want a discussion on that? Or is everybody happy with 60 days for a temporary sign?
I'm okay with 60. Anybody else want to comment?
You know, I'm not really comfortable with having any kind of time limit on personal property. That's commercial property, things of that nature, I can understand, but personal property, I mean, if I want to leave a vote for Lamont sign on my yard
And you should.
all year long, I'm probably crazy, but that, you know, that should be my right, I think, on a personal piece of property, on your yard, your thing. That's just me.
Well, how do we do that? In other words, I'll see Texas Tech banners and signs. They'll just leave them out all year long. Is that considered a temporary sign?
Well, I guess it depends on what it looks like. I'm not sure which definition it falls under in the ordinance, or where it's located, or what it looks like. I mean, I think that's where we start to see what kind of sign it is, and then we decide where it can go and how long it can stay.
I think you start treading on freedom of speech if you start telling a citizen what the type of sign they can put on their personal property.
Now, I'm not saying the type of sign, the duration.
No, Same thing.
Slippery slope.
I mean, like I have an ADT sign in my yard. Is it temporary? I mean, that, to Councilman Schaffner's point, if it's my personal property,
I don't have
can I leave it?
I mean, I don't think that you have a freedom to regulate the time, place, and manner. You know, it's just, do you really, on personal property, how far do you want to go? I mean, you can do it. I'm assuming, Patricia, that time, place, and manner, you can put restrictions as long as they're reasonable on personal property. It's just how far do you want to go on that, you know?
You can't really touch window signs in residences. You can't touch those, but you can put reasonable time, place, and manner signs.
Yeah, but it just seemed, in the two cases that I listened to, they really questioned that. You know, they really thought that a person, if they want to leave, and I think one of them used vote for Ike. You know, if you want to leave a vote for Ike sign in your yard, that's your, you know, prerogative. But it's not. You know, they did agree that you could place limitations on that, but it's, do we want to place those limitations? I personally, I think that, you know, you're going to have probably the occasional resident that has signs all over, and then so I don't know. That's a tough call.
All right, so in order to give direction to staff, I'm going to call you to section 405A, temporary signs on page 21. Councilmember Lamont brought up the 60-day limitation. Does anybody want to change any of this or give direction? And we'll see if we can come to an agreement. Councilmember Lamont, did you want to change the 60 days, or do you want to leave?
No, I just threw it out there as far as, should we define temporary sign for right-of-ways or commercial property and leave private residencies to themselves? Or just leave it as is and?
I think at this point, 60 days is probably sufficient, you know. I mean, I lean more towards just doing away with it on personal property, but I think 60 days is a good start.
And how would you define, like I said, if someone has a Texas Tech or a TCU,
Well-
they plant it in the ground, it's a sign. And it's,
I think it all depends on the university. Was that out of order? Sorry, Nick.
That was perfect. Absolutely, you know. If it's orange,
Probably shouldn't allow it, right?
no, you should allow
Oh,
it.
you should. Sorry, I wasn't sure.
But
See, in our HOA, we have where you can have a holiday signs, and then you can have that type banners all year round. We exclude that as far as being a temporary sign. It's just,
Would this also include contractor signs, a roofing company that put your
Why,
roof
I
on and put the sign in the front yard?
think we don't allow them any longer, right? Don't we have a,
So I don't think we allow them.
Yeah, that's dealt with, I think, separately.
so
Still temporary.
Yeah.
Just
where do you draw the line between freedom of speech and temporary? I think that a lot of us probably have seen, there's a little sign that a lot of people have in their yard that says, "Fight socialism." Have you seen those? I've seen many houses that have that.
It must be in your neighborhood, is that right?
I think ours is, no. It's actually I've seen them in Garrett's neighborhood. So, along that street, have you seen those?
I have not.
Wow, maybe I should have taken pictures and showed you. So, but it's always there. So it's not, is that just freedom of speech issue? Not temporary? Where do you draw the line? Who's gonna be the judge of that's a temporary sign, that's not a temporary sign?
Our code enforcement officer.
Have we had any citizen complaints about temporary signs that have been left too long? Is this a problem we need to be?
Well, it depends on how you define the sign. Several years ago, we were on the local news because there was a resident who was flying a flag that people was offended by or opposed.
So since this council's been seated, have we had any complaints about temporary sign?
No.
Okay.
No.
It would be my recommendation that if there is a problem and we do have a citizen it's causing a problem, I think we address it at that point, but everybody in Trophy Club's happy about signage right now. We'll let Greg leave his ADT sign out and me and my neighbors can fight socialism and.
Can I say one thing on this that's confusing? When you run for office and you start looking at your political signs and you're directed to a separate section. So in other words, when you have political signs and you're directed to temporary signs, and I think that gets confusing. So I don't know if there's any way to clean that up where we're just talking about temporary signs, and we're just talking about political signs. And where the two overlap, maybe you just put the same language in the political signs so that you're not directed to a different section in the ordinance to try to figure out,
And I'm going back there, we have service contractor sign, and it's a temporary sign identifying the contractors responsible for work currently occurring on a premises. Currently occurring is what it says. So I'm looking back at temporary signs, and I don't see really any provision for that other than duration for temporary signs being the maximum period of 60 days.
now, are they allowed? I thought we kind of
Well,
did
at one
something.
point, we
When
were
they're
not.
actually doing the work,
They
Afterwards.
can do it. They can't put it up before and
Before
they
or
can't
after,
have it.
okay.
Because like some companies would leave, a lot of homeowners would leave like a roofing company sign out or they've painted the interior of the house and they leave the sign out long after the work's been done. They can put their sign out, but they need to remove it once the project is complete.
and I know our code enforcement practice in the past has been to provide some leniency, but not very much. For a pool contractor, as an example, a sign is out there in their yard while they're working, and it may be there for another 3 or 4 days after they've completed, but we'll ask the resident to remove that sign. We're not Johnny on the spot to say, where's your contractor? Is it complete? If so, take the sign out. There's usually about a 3 or 4 day lag period before code enforcement stops and asks them to move on if they haven't seen the activity.
As you may be aware, one of the things that came up with these service contractor signs, and I faced it myself, and we've all had our roofs replaced at some point in time probably. And I've had contractors tell me that if you will leave our sign in your yard for 14 days following the replacement, we'll reduce your bill by $5,000 as a marketing fee. And we'll cut that cost off your expenditure and what you submit for your claim to your insurance carrier.
We wouldn't allow for that.
And so is there a provision that would allow a homeowner to have that financial saving for the sake of those 2 weeks?
Not unless you change it.
All right, so I'm gonna try to focus us, because we're jumping around, and we've got 21 minutes left. So let's go to the section B, political signs, and we're gonna move through that. And item 2, I'd like to consider that we reduce the 36 square feet and the height of not greater than 8 feet. So, I'm gonna propose 16 square feet, which is a 4x4 sign. Right?
That's pretty big.
Well, can't exceed that. Right now, you can get 36 square feet.
And that's huge.
So, and I would say not to exceed a height greater than 4 feet. So anybody want to make a comment about this? Or,
I agree with you. Do you want to make a distinction between personal and commercial property? Or do you want that 16 to be, what is your intent on that?
I think a 4x4 sign is big enough on any piece of property we have in town based on how far our roads are from.
Because you had a bigger one in your election, so, just so you know.
I realize that. I'm
And
gonna
I did
cut it in
too.
half and put half the sign on somebody's lot and half on a different lot, and you'll get half of it if you drive by.
I agree, and if anybody was the poster boy for a proliferation of signs, it was me. So I will own up to that. But Byron Nelson looked like a NASCAR event after I got through with it. I was keeping up with Dina, and Dina was keeping up with me, and we just had a grand old time with signs. But I agree, 4x4 is, I had a few of those, and those are plenty, I had much bigger ones than that too, so.
Mr. Lamont?
The only thing I would add is that nowadays, we don't have square televisions. Everybody's used to widescreen, and 4x4 is kind of a square.
36 square feet, however you come up with it.
16.
16, you said.
Oh, I mean 16 square feet, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
come up with 16 square feet and make it rectangular.
I have to cut my signs in half. They're 32.
Oh,
I won't comment on that one. Lot of
okay,
jokes
well,
there.
it's gonna come back at us. What's your direction?
I agree with you, 16 is plenty. And,
And 4-foot height?
well, 4 foot's hard, because if you put it on stakes, you're gonna be higher than that.
Well,
Because you're talking,
It's the
because it says
area
from
of
the
the-
ground,
it says it's the area,
right?
not to exceed.
But,
So,
no, I'm talking about the height, because it says as measured from the ground.
are we supposed to take how many copies of this?
The 2.
There's an email and a picture.
It's probably going to be a foot over the ground just because of the stakes you mount it to. So it's probably going to be 5 feet tall from the ground.
All right. So you wanna change it?
Let me just ask the council, do you care how high it is, as long as it meets the 16-foot area requirement?
Size
I
of the
guess it could be
sign.
16 foot high and 1 foot wide. Turn
I
sideways to
don't
read
know
it.
that sign's gonna be particularly effective, but, I mean, is the height important?
Council, is height important?
Well, if you buy a sign that's 4x4, then you'd have to either sit it on the grass or the dirt, and if you're on a hill or it's
No, what I'm saying is if you eliminate the height standard,
Restriction.
altogether.
and it's a 4x4 sign, they're gonna put it in the, and I'm not gonna have a code enforcement out there with a
Just
yardstick to
take
make
out
sure
the
it's
as
only
measured
4
from the
feet.
ground portion.
Just the
Yeah, I
size of
agree.
the sign. Can we just say the size of the
Yeah,
sign?
yeah,
That's right.
16.
Yeah,
As opposed to the height of the sign.
I agree.
just delete as measured from the ground, and that covers it.
All right, and moving on in that section,
I'd like to just back up a little bit to the section 1. One of the things that I noticed during the campaign I was in was the fact that there were areas that seemed to be permissible to place political signs that turned out not to be. And I wonder if we could do something for the benefit of people running for office, if they could take a street map or something and just mark it with red or green so that any candidate would know what's a legal place to put a sign and what's an illegal place to put a sign. and make it really simple so we don't have this proliferation. Because I was getting phone calls from Carolyn that says, no, you didn't understand that rule. Take this down from here, and you can put it up over here. And it just isn't clear. So a visual would help to allocate where you can and cannot place signs.
So that's a suggestion of administration of it, not changing the document, right?
Yeah, I was just trying to, because section 1 covers, you know, the erection of signs on real property and private property and so on. And so I'd like to, if we could, for the administration purposes, maybe come up with a color chart of red and green so candidates can know where they can put number 1 and locate these signs.
So, Greg?
Political signs in section 405B, number 1, I'd like to see included in it, because we keep going around on right-of-way. That includes property, maintain, controlled, and custody of the property owner. Because we get this, is it your property, is it not your property? Someone should have permission of the person who owns the property, or controls, or is in custody of that property, the right to place a sign on that right-of-way. It's in, by the way, it's in section 4.05D, number 2E. It says, prior to such placement, any person or entity placing such a sign shall have received authorization or approval for such placement from the owner of, or other persons having custody or control over the property upon which such sign is placed.
Say the number again, D what?
Number 2E.
Oh, 2E.
I'm skipping
Oh,
around.
that's duration.
Section, Greg? Greg, what section is it?
Section 4 what?
4.05D
4.05D.
and number 2E. I wrote it down.
Oh, okay, 2E.
It's in real estate signs, actually. You see where it says that second paragraph?
A maximum of 6 directional
No,
signs.
no,
and
no,
then
no, no.
spacing between
Under-
each
is
sign.
it, the-
Prior to such placement?
They have to get permission from a person who has custody or control over. So to me, that clarifies this right-of-way issue. We have it in there already. And then, if you skip to section 4.11B,
Wait, all right, hold on just a second.
Holy cow,
well, you gotta keep up.
All right,
undoubtedly.
D2E, second paragraph, right?
Right.
Starts with prior to such placement.
Right, so it says in there about the location. It says about, you have to have permission, authorization, or approval to place a sign. We don't have that in our political sign.
Yes, you do.
Custody?
No, not the word custody, but you do have, it
Permission.
Permission.
says written permission.
Yeah, but it came up the question of right-of-way. When you get to the commons and areas like
It
that.
says, on any private lot or property, own or any trailer or vehicle is specifically described in 405 temporary signs in accordance with regulations. So what you're saying is,
We should define.
right-of-way is not talked about here,
That's public property.
and public property is right-of-way. But, in a case of a major thoroughfare, Trophy Club Drive is an example. How far does right-of-way go from the curb?
9 to 11 feet.
All right, so you're telling me that a property owner on Trophy Club Drive has no control over the first 9 or 11 feet in his yard?
Well, the interpretation prior to what we're considering now, last election cycle, as an example, is if you're within the right-of-way, you don't require permission of the private property owner.
And does the private property owner have the right to remove it?
As far as I'm concerned, he does.
All right,
Yeah. Really, where this has been an issue is along some of the major thoroughfares where people's, especially Indian Creek, where a lot of side yards are fenced, and yet it's still their property outside that fence, and people have put signs and the property owner does not want the signs, and then that's really the issue.
so how do we clarify this to make it easier for someone who picks this up, reads it, and then begins to argue that fact of, well, it's right-of-way, I have a right to put it there,
I'm not gonna steal it then,
and then the property owner says, but it's my property. I understand that issue.
I would like to do away with any sign on public property. That's, there, again, I go back to Supreme Court cases. In Los Angeles, faced the same thing. They had people just putting signs everywhere. They eliminated all signs from public property. And the Supreme Court ruled in their favor because the property owner had a right to put signs in private property. A person can still hand out handbills, a person can still stand there with a sign, a person can still hand out leaflets. So there was plenty of opportunity for other avenues rather than putting a sign in public property. And I will say, it is very difficult when you run to know where you can put it and where you can't. Is this a creek that the town owns, so I can put a sign there? Is this piece of property owned by a landowner, by HOA, who, I don't know, I'll put a sign there. And so all of a sudden, you just start putting these signs, and either you're gonna get complaints, or you're not gonna get complaints. At the end of the day, I think all of us think that it looks tacky.
All right, so if you're suggesting no public property, does that include right-of-way
Correct.
in your definition?
It includes right-of-way other than what Stephen was talking about, a property that is owned by an individual. They can put that sign, if that candidate gives, wants them to put a sign and they give permission, they can put it in their property and only their
Want it to
property.
say no public property except where landowners,
Or without consent, written consent of the property owner.
landowner.
I don't know if you have to go as far as written consent of a private property owner, but a commercial property, I think you do. I would go so far as to provide written consent of a commercial property, and you file that with the town. We don't have a lot of commercial property in this town. One guy owns, 15, 20 parcels, so it's not a hard thing for a candidate to get written permission and send that to Matt or whoever and file that with the town, so that when a code enforcer goes to a sign that's on Trophywood Drive and they see a sign there, they can go and, okay, he has permission to have that sign. If somebody else has it and they don't have permission, then they can either contact the landowner, and either we make the burden on the candidate, on the one running, or we make the burden on the town. Because if it's on the town side, they've got to reach out to the candidate, they've got to reach out to the property owner. I think it's just easier for the candidate to ask permission of the landowner, get written permission, and send it to the town. Private property is a different matter. If Greg puts a sign on my property and I don't like it, I can pull it. That's a whole different matter than commercial property, in my opinion.
Okay, so I had two suggestions that I want to try to get some direction on. One is that Greg was suggesting that some of the wording in D2E, second paragraph, where it's using the words "other person having custody or control over" might be helpful in B1. Is that right, Greg?
Yeah.
The wording of "other person having custody or control over" might be helpful to have something like that in B1, was one suggestion. The next suggestion that Philip said was limit all or just political signs. What was your?
You can't do that. You do that, and we will be before the Supreme Court.
Which, all or political?
All.
Okay. So, but you could say political. Which are you trying to say on public property?
You can't just limit political.
Now, what it sounds like he's saying to me is no signs of any kind on public property, including right-of-way, without owner permission. That's
Okay.
what I think I'm hearing.
That's what I was trying to get out of him. Okay.
Well,
So,
I don't want to just say political, then
well,
that's
then you got to say all signs.
all.
Either political or all. Okay, all.
It'd have to be all.
I support that.
All right, so
Makes it simple.
let's see what, without changing the subject, You can't speak and change the subject, but do you support that or not in general idea? So Garrett has commented, anybody else?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to know how we're defining our own right-of-way.
You just got here.
No, but I want to
We
have
talked
that.
about that already.
Is it answered to my satisfaction?
Right away is different based on what street you're on. And you as a landowner, typically your property goes out past where the limits of the right of way is. So you still have rights as a property owner.
Meaning we're not restricting, we're not
taking
talking
that
about
away, but
restricting.
we're just saying all public
Okay.
land in
Got it.
general.
You can put it in the right of way in your problem.
Right, and we're saying custody, as long as you have control and custody over it.
Then you control.
What about real estate signs? These,
Well, the same thing.
We're dealing with political signs in this paragraph at this point, so I'm gonna make you focus on that for a second.
you said it was all signs.
Well, all political signs in this particular case.
Oh.
All right, sorry. I'm trying to move through the document, because we got 5 minutes and we're not gonna get anywhere. We don't do something. All
Could we
right,
li-
so it seemed to me that there was, Mike, consensus that coming up with wording that supported the concept of no political signs in public land without property owner's consent, who has the control of that, would be there. Now,
And are we gonna define commercial property and/or private property or all property? I just wanna be
what's your
clear.
feeling, council? This doesn't, paragraph 2, B2 doesn't really delineate, does it? It's just property owner.
I know Councilman Schaffner was talking about just commercial property from the town standpoint to enforce. We do get inquiries and concerns about any sign that happens to be, and it might be in private property. I would love to be able to have a document that says it was approved by the property owner.
Yeah, but that's, wow.
That's the other part of his suggestion was commercial property,
Here's,
get written approval and submit it to the town.
here's my feeling on that. If you get a call from somebody who has a sign, I'm assuming that you're talking about getting a call from somebody who has, somebody's put a sign in their yard.
Right, or
And
on
they
their
don't like
fence
it.
or whatever.
Okay. I think that you have full authority to tell that person they can remove it. It's their property.
No, I'm talking about a candidate, an opposing candidate.
Well,
You know, who will call in and complain or inquire. I'd love to have a document that says your opponent was given that authority.
I would say if a sign is present on private property, be it commercial or residential, the sign's private. If I'm running for office and my opponent has a sign on private property, I need to have the maturity, if I question it, to approach either the opponent or the private property owner rather than expect to use the town as a proxy. So I'd rather you not have to have that burden.
yeah, and you know what I think the town's position should be? We have not received a call from the landowner. You know, and that's what you tell them.
And what we normally do in those types of situations is that we will ask, if somebody is questioning, we ask that they get written permit, or that they show us verification, either through a letter or an email saying that they have permission or to place their sign. And so we do try to get some type of information so that if somebody does come in and ask
Right, to
us,
the next
we
meeting.
can say, no, that property owner did give permission.
But that's what I'm trying to eliminate. What I'm trying to eliminate is on personal property, if a call comes in from another candidate and says, that sign's not supposed to be on there, you can say, we have not received a call from that personal landowner. Commercial's different. That's very difficult. I agree with that. And so I think it should be the candidate's responsibility to get a written permission from that landowner, be it Beck or whoever, get written permission and file that with you. So then you do know on a commercial property. Personal property is a whole different ballgame. I mean, you know, to me.
Okay, so the suggestion is, on commercial property, I'll limit it to political signs at this moment, that political signs, you're required to get written permission from a commercial property owner and submit that in writing to the town. So
And-
anybody want to comment on that topic?
And can I say this on that? if you ever run in Trophy Club and you write Larry Stewart, he's only going to give. He owns how many lots now?
Just sold
Two.
2 or 3.
Okay, at the time I think
Three.
he owned 4 when I was running. He's only going to give you permission for 1 lot. So I think that if you're running and you want to put a sign on each lot, you need to get permission from him. Either he needs to give you permission for every lot or specific. And if you don't have permission for each of those lots, then that sign needs to come down.
Okay. So anybody want to comment about having staff draft something in here that says commercial property for political signs require written permission submitted to the town? Anybody object to that?
I think it puts too much of a burden on staff. Why don't we have it all property. Is that the proposal? All property needs permission.
Yes.
Then one candidate goes to the other candidate or whatever, goes to the property owner. And the same thing would apply to commercial. I mean, do we want to delineate between commercial and private property where we require commercial to do something and
The
that person?
proposed amendment is placing a limit on commercial only.
I mean, I'm not against it, I just don't know if it's,
Okay.
puts a lot of burden.
I don't know that we have either enough issues or enough commercial property for it to be really a burden. But I more or less follow you with you, Greg. I feel like I'd rather just say we have public property, we have private property, and not make distinctions between different types of private property for the simple fact that it's hard enough to enforce what we've got just because it's a lot of work and there's a lot of rules, and I'd rather keep them as simple as possible.
Here's the reason I did that is because a commercial, Larry Stewart lives in Midland. He's not going to know, whose signs are on what. And so he may not call in and say, I object to that. So that's why I don't think we all know we don't have a ton of commercial property. So I don't think it's a burden on a candidate to get permission and file it with the town. And I don't think that it's going to be a burden on town staff to keep up with that. That's
Okay.
just me.
In order to move us forward,
Mr. Mayor?
it looks like I heard 2 people that expressed they were not in support of that change. Does anybody else want to express that they don't support that change? If you don't say anything, then I'll assume that there's enough support for it to come to us. So I'm trying to give staff direction. Mr. Perro?
I was just gonna say, since the 7 o'clock meeting is supposed to start, we're not through with this ordinance. There's a whole nother section or 2 to go through. Can we table this to the next workshop for further discussion?
You surely can, but I'd like to get the answer on this before you do that. So at least I want to close this topic.
Yeah, we have an election.
So, anybody else express that they do not want the proposed change to limit or to instruct what happens on commercial property of written permission and it's submitted to the town? I have 2 saying no. I'm going to say no because I think it's just a burden on staff unless staff tells me they think that's easier. All right, so given that fact, staff work with Philip to make sure you've got his wording correctly and how that deals with, and we'll bring it back for debate. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I just want a point of clarification. We were also talking about no signs in public property. Is that, everybody's agreeable to that as well?
Yeah, they were already agreeable to that, and this was the second item,
Got
which
it.
dealt with commercial. All right. So, as Councilmember Perro pointed out, it is after 7, and no need to table it. We'll just bring it back to continue to work it and work through it. The thing that I want to suggest to you, council, is let's try to get the sections that you want to change and try to be more specific about what you'd want to change as opposed to just the general topic. I think it'll help us get further. Mike?
Mr. Mayor, I'd only ask your indulgence. We do have a speaker here tonight to talk about the sponsorship signs at the baseball field complexes. He's made the trip in. I don't know if you want to allow him to speak, and we can deliberate later, but he is here.
Okay, so I apologize for not seeing that. I'm going to go ahead and allow that quickly. Chuck Hall signed up to speak on the sign ordinance. Chuck? It's a
Thank you,
different Chuck
Mayor.
Hall.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate the opportunity. I've been before you guys a number of times. For those of you that don't know me, been in Trophy Club for 16 years. Spent 10 years on the rec board. Most recently served as president. My son grew a little bit older, and now I'm helping out the high school guys. I have Darren Davis, who is actually a representative of the rec board. Again, I'm the high school board. So just get the intros out of the way. Topic of discussion. I'd like to kind of get an appetite level for the town council as it pertains to a potential amendment to sign ordinance to allow for sponsor signage in the outfields. As most of you know, many local communities allow this, and I'm trying to be quick here in consideration of those behind me. As far as I'm concerned, this does make some sense. There's several benefits here. First and foremost, a potential revenue opportunity for the city. As everyone knows here, the city maintains, supports, and owns the rec fields. That's not the case with high school. We think it's a strong value add for our sponsors. It drives community growth. We drive more revenue. People come to tournaments and games and spend money at our restaurants, and therefore the sponsors may be in more agreement to invest more money within the organizations. I think if properly managed with certain make-sense restrictions in terms of the signage that are sharp, they look good. I can't see any detriment to the city itself. And then I think first and foremost, even though I'm mentioning it lastly, the money that our organizations drive from a revenue or a sponsor perspective goes straight back to the kids. Okay, the high school board just invested roughly $20,000 for field improvements. This money comes straight from sponsors. I can tell you from my experience over the years with rec, we've in conjunction and cooperation with Adam and Company, have invested a lot of money to improve our fields, build cages. We're in the process of allocating money for scoreboards. So all of this goes back to the organization, the kids, and that's what it's all about. And I would appreciate your guys' consideration for allowing us to look at this, talk about it. There's obviously a lot of details. As far as high school is concerned, that's not even on the table right now, and I found that out today. Not from a city perspective, but from a NISD. There's some contract negotiations that are going on. So I'm here representing both organizations. If anyone has any questions for Darren, Adam mentioned that he has some emails to support the fact that rec is in agreement with this. Correct, Adam? As I catch you drinking a big gulp there. So I'm kind of speaking on behalf
Soccer, the president of soccer and
rec.
rec baseball both sent emails supporting it.
So I just want to float this to you all. Does anybody have any questions? And again, thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to get in front of you at this point.
So Chuck, you're specifically representing the booster club kind of concept at the high school.
I'm representing. I am on the booster club for the high school, but I'm here representing both organizations from a high-level perspective, and those organizations being Byron Nelson High School Baseball and those fields, as well as the rec organization.
Okay, but I just want to narrow down on high school just for a moment,
Sure.
if you don't mind. So my understanding is you had some communication with the school district.
I did.
And if I understood you correctly, they're waiting on the town to do something before they would approve it. Is that right or wrong?
It's actually a little more complicated than that. The marquee sign that they have out in front of their high school is contracted, and I don't recall who the vendor is.
Yeah, Daktronics.
Daktronics, and as a result, their hands are tied about other signage on their properties. So that complicates the measure for trying to get sponsorship signs on the baseball fields as an
For
example.
high school.
For the high
However,
school.
we would need, I believe, clearance from the city as level one due diligence to pave the way for.
And the lady with NISD that I spoke with today basically said, we wouldn't even consider it if it's not authorized by the town sign ordinance to begin with. So it would have to be authorized by the sign ordinance. It currently is not, before they would even consider it. And in today's world right now, they would tell the Booster Club no because of this contract negotiation they're going through with the marquee vendor.
Okay, so if we're going through the sign ordinance, now would be the time to recognize the ability to do sponsorship on fields, whether that's NISD or our own,
Yes.
dealing with, I think probably what you're talking about is sponsorship on the fencing or something
On
like
the
that.
interior of the fencing,
Interior of the
facing
fencing.
the fan base.
And Council, I have provided you, in the latest hour, I've provided you other communities' sponsorship policies related to athletic fields. And again, we're fixing to table this item and pick it up again for discussion. I would encourage you to read those other policies and see how they apply that standard, because, you know, now you're getting into sign content. You know, I don't know that you want a youth baseball field with a, you know, scoreboard sponsored by Coors Light as an example.
Of course.
You know, or
Of
something like
course.
that.
We would
Those
use,
policies that I provided you will give you those kind of insights.
Why would we rate?
All right, so Chuck, appreciate you coming to talk tonight. Sorry that you had to wait, but
That's
I
okay.
Hope that we at least got the message that we want to try to deal with that. So do you have a question for Chuck?
Yeah, just a question. Is there a fixed percentage of revenue that comes to the town, or is that always negotiable?
you know, that's, I think that's for a later discussion, and that's not for me to talk about. Again, I'm high school now. I think that would be a more detailed discussion at a later date with the rec folks. I'm here just, again, presenting at a high level, just to get the idea on the table for y'all to consider. I have some ideas in mind, and I'm sure rec does as well, but I think certainly that is a consideration that would be part of any agreement that would allow you guys to vote in favor of moving forward with this. I mean, clearly a revenue opportunity for the city should probably be part of the overall agreement, considering the fact that you all maintain the fields and you own them. So I think rec would be amenable to that. I don't know what the number is, though.
Well, I was looking more towards the high school where you represent.
I would say probably not to that, considering the fact the city does not own the parks, nor do they maintain them.
So there is no revenue that comes back to the town if we give permission for them to use signs.
I suppose if it was contingent upon approval from the city for you to do that for the high school, and do it for the rec, considering the fact that you don't maintain or support the fields, I guess we'd have to consider that.
All right, so I'm going to close debate on that topic altogether. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
At this time, council, we are going to convene into regular session, and it is 12 minutes after 7. And citizens, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to stand, and we will be led in our invocation by Adam Adams, and be led in the pledges to the United States flag and the Texas flag by Assistant Town Manager Stephen Seidel. Would you please stand?
Bow their heads. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for everyone that's gathered here tonight, Lord, that made the effort to show up and to be part of this process. We pray for wisdom and knowledge to our elected officials, that we all work in unity and harmony when possible. We thank you for all the men and women who sacrificed their lives and risked their lives, both at home and abroad, in defense of this country and our streets and our towns and our cities. We thank you for the blessings you've given us in this great nation. We thank you for the town of Trophy Club and the blessings this town has received. In the name of Jesus, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
You may be seated. Citizens' presentations. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the council on any matter, whether or not it is posted on the agenda. The The council is not permitted to take action on or discuss any presentations made to the council at this time concerning an item not listed on the agenda. The council will hear presentations on specific agenda items prior to the council addressing those items. You may speak up to 4 minutes or a time limit determined by the mayor or presiding officer. To speak during this item, you must complete the speaker's form that includes the topics of your statement. Topics of presentation should be limited to matters over which the council has authority. Tammy, I don't believe we had anybody sign up, did we?
No, sir.
All right. Anybody from the audience wanting to talk at this time? All right, hearing none, we will consider our consent agenda first. All matters listed as consent agenda are considered to be routine by the town council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Council, I'm going to remove item number 9 for later discussion. Anybody else want to remove an item? Hearing none. Item 4, consider and take appropriate action regarding the minutes dated November 13th, 2014. Item 5, consider and take appropriate action regarding the minutes dated December 29th, 2014. Item 6, consider and take appropriate action regarding the minutes dated January 5th, 2015. Item 7, consider and take appropriate action regarding financial and variance report dated November 2014. Item 8, consider and take appropriate action regarding an interlocal cooperation agreement between the town and Denton County for ambulance services to Denton County residents. Item 10, consider and take appropriate action regarding an ordinance of the town appointing the presiding judge and an alternate judge for the town of Trophy Club Court of Record Number 1. Do I have a motion to approve those items?
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Lamont moved and Perro seconded. All in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it was unanimous. All right, item 9. Consider and take appropriate action regarding an interlocal agreement between the town and Northwest Independent School District for the use of Lakeview Soccer Complex, providing terms and conditions for use, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute necessary documents. Council, you were given a new copy at the dais tonight. Councilmember Rowe noticed some discrepancies and conflicts within the document. Those have been corrected, and the document has been forwarded to Northwest ISD for their consideration. The copy we had already been approved by their board. So we removed it because it was a different attachment at this point. And so do you wish to make a motion on that new document or consider it in some fashion?
Before, I just want to get a clarification before we take a motion on approving this document. Is that what we're going to be doing?
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering, since we recently were provided soccer fields adjacent to the commons, which should be maintained and watered and irrigated and so on by individual parties, do those fields not provide adequate soccer service opportunities above and beyond this this property we're talking about tonight in item 9?
Well, the soccer fields that you're talking about are not full-length soccer fields. They're practice length or width only.
Okay.
So that is what I'm aware of. So they're not going to be of a
Same caliber.
size that would really allow that to happen as
Okay,
play.
I
Is
just
that
wanted to get a
right, Adam?
clarification. Thank
They'll
you.
actually be designed for 4 and 5-year-olds.
Okay.
Just
Just
very,
wanted to get that
very
clarified.
small practice fields.
So
Thank
for
you.
everybody's instructions, if you read this interlocal agreement prior to that, it is section 1E, and a statement was deleted that says shall have the right to terminate this lease upon 60 days. Prior written notice was deleted, And is the yellow what was added?
Yes, sir.
The yellow is commencing on October 1, 2014, and ending on September 30th, 2015, unless sooner terminated. Following the initial term, this agreement shall automatically renew for 25 additional terms of 1 year each. So that's the change that was made.
There was a deletion of the 60-day notice of termination that followed
Right.
that.
Yeah, that's what I said, that was
Sorry.
struck, I think. Didn't I say that?
Yes, that was the
Okay.
whole change for that section,
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
So, Mike, you have
Yeah.
a comment?
I do, Mr. Mayor. What this lease or interlocal agreement represents is an extension, if you will, of an existing one that we've had for the past 10 years. It expired October 1 of 2014. We no longer have a lease of that particular property for the purpose of providing soccer fields. As you know, during our budget cycle, that property is in dire need of improvement. We're faced with potential improvement, and in a minute, you're gonna hear from the MUD general manager that, you know, we're gonna be faced pretty soon with additional watering restrictions. And I've asked Adam to kind of put all that together and provide a recommendation to the council as to whether or not it even makes sense to continue the lease. It is a very large property, and we can accommodate a much-needed desire for practice fields, but not unless there's improvements to the fields. So, Adam, you want to address the maintenance issue, given the watering restrictions that we're fixing to go under?
Let me stop us a little bit. What's before us is whether or not you want to extend your interlocal agreement, not how it's used or how it's maintained. So I appreciate you wanting to talk about that, but I'm going to try to hold us to what we're trying to accomplish here. You've heard that you don't have an agreement today. So if you don't pass this, you'll still not have an agreement. And the district is willing to extend it. Whether you make improvements or not is a whole different subject. Okay, because people play on it today if they could. All right, so Greg had his hand up first, and then Councilmember Softner, unless somebody else.
On the, under obligations of NISD, number three dots, whatever. It says in there that priority will be given to the UIL, which is, I guess, their league.
University Interscholastic League.
Thank you. Was that in the prior lease? Has that always, that's normal? This is nothing different, change?
The only substantive change to this entire document is the fact that in our prior lease, if the town had wanted to put any kind of capital improvements to that property, there was no clawback provisions if the school subsequently said, we need that property for expansion, and we would be without. This particular interlocal agreement that you're considering tonight provides for a depreciated value of whatever it is that we do to make improvements, if we do, that if NISD subsequently comes back and says we need half that property, there's a provision in the interlocal agreement that would allow them to pay us back on a depreciated schedule for whatever we invested in it prior to.
I guess my concern is, the fields are in deplorable condition. I mean, we all agree with that. Now, we're gonna fix them, and it's gonna be great. Would this league look at these fields, we're gonna use them more.
It's an elementary school. Yeah, I think the only time they ever use that field, quite honestly, is for their annual spring track
Recess
event.
or
Yeah,
They
I don't
rarely
know if
use
you,
that.
By the letter
I don't know of
this
any-
contract, they can do that, and I'd be worried about that also. If all of a sudden we put 200 grand into these space and they say, you know, we have, I don't know,
They expand the league.
we need high school softball to practice there every day,
yeah.
and all of a sudden, we have no legal recourse to stop that.
I mean, it would be pretty out of the ordinary for,
Let me stop you, Ron. a
I'm
second.
sorry. I just
Garrett
feel like
had
we
it-
need to I feel like we
I
need
know,
to
but
qualify
Garrett had
what
his hand
UIL
up,
actually is.
and then I'll come to you. Garrett?
I just wanted to point out and make sure, I'm sure everybody up here has read this, but the risk that we have, and I don't think it's that great, but it's a not to exceed a $200,000 number. I don't have a problem with it, but I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. If we wind up spending $300,000, $100,000 of that is at risk for us. And like Mike said, we didn't have that before, but I just want to make sure before we vote on this that everybody understands that if we do exceed that $200,000 number, That's on us. That's on the town. So that was my
Councilmember
only
Rowe.
comment.
I was just gonna say it would be pretty out of the ordinary for a UIL event, which there aren't any that I'm aware of that go on any younger than 7th grade
Right.
to utilize a K through 5 or K through 4, whatever they are over there. I mean, it would be like Tim said, it would be kind of a sideways use, like
Yeah, well,
high school
Medlin-
desperately needs the field.
Or
but that-
Medlin can say, you know, we're gonna practice over there now because
Yeah.
it's a better
But if
field.
but would the question I guess to ask would be then would practice be considered UIL play? Because when I read that, my thought was it would actually be an actual school
UIL
team,
session.
a UIL team, which would only be 7th grade and up. That's why it didn't really pique my interest too much.
Yeah, well, it says play, so, I mean, I'd just worry about that. You know, if you don't have it in the agreement, it could come back and bite you.
And it also says general public for general recreation. Is, when they refer to general public, is that just limited to the two parties in this agreement?
No, the intent is after school hours and on weekends, the general, it's, for all intents and purposes, a public park. They can go out and kick the ball
Public
around.
land.
Yeah.
School district owns is it public.
You know, guys can get together and play flag football or whatever they want to do.
All right, so I would see if someone wishes to move a motion to approve this as changed here at the dais.
I'll move to approve the ILA between the town and Northwest ISD for use of the Lakeview Soccer Complex based upon the contract as amended at the dais.
I second the motion.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Rowe and a second by Councilmember Reed to approve the document. I would move to amend item 1C after the $200,000 that is in parentheses, comma, add the words, or larger amount if town elected to spend such funds. And if I receive a second, I'll talk to it.
I'll second it so I can hear your talk.
I almost didn't say I want to talk about it. I thought it was self-explanatory. Somebody brought up the fact that, well, what if we spend $230,000 or $300,000? We're at risk of that. We don't plan to do that. It's not budgeted to spend more than that, but you're signing an agreement that maybe should give us some leeway. And maybe there's some better words there, but I was just trying to allow for that exception.
I think the easier way to do that, Nick, would just be to take out the 3 words "not to exceed." Because isn't that what they're saying?
Well, we have it
In
in
an
the
amount
attachment.
not to exceed $200,000. So it would be
You're
at our
willing to go
discretion how
higher
much
than
we
two,
spend.
you're willing to go higher than 200,000?
I think that's what Nick's saying. Am I
I'm not
completely
willing to
wrong?
go higher than 200,000, but here's the deal. You approve this document, their board approves this document. You maybe don't make improvements for a year. Now you make improvements and you spend $280,000. This agreement limits to 200,000 if they decided to take the land back. The whole reason we have that is to make sure that they agree if they take the land back from us and we've spent the money, they're gonna reimburse us some percentage of that based on length of
schedule,
time.
right.
And you brought up the issue of 200,000 being a limit. If you're comfortable with that, then vote the amendment down. So,
So would you add something to the extent that it'd be agreeable by both parties as well, something like $200,000 or additional amounts as agreeable by both parties? So they know what they're signing on to for any additional expenditures?
you could sure offer that as an amendment if you wanted to. My point about that is, they're gonna approve this document or not approve this document. It's gonna go back to their board. If they're uncomfortable with the variance, then they'll say they're uncomfortable with the variance. But it doesn't hurt to try, and quite frankly, they may say, we're not gonna approve anything that's not a specific amount. Okay, if that's what they say, then no matter what you said, agreeable, they're not gonna approve it without a specific amount. So I don't know, I'm just putting it out there.
I think what you're doing is right, Nick. You're just trying to protect, they're trying to protect our tax dollars. But maybe the easier way to do that, if we know we have a $200,000 budget, maybe I'll propose an amendment to this. How about this? I propose an amendment to your amendment to the motion made by Councilman Rowe that we just change the $200,000 number to $300,000. I think at that point, we shouldn't have any more business than spending $300,000. At that point, we need to look at ourselves and question why we're spending so much money on the soccer fields.
I'll second that.
Now, would we be better off if we do have to spend more money having to come back to us and approve the dollar amount, the increase, rather than just give it a blanket increase here of 300,000?
Well, whatever we actually do spend when the rubber meets the road will be in a separate effort
you'll have
aside
to
from this
approve it anyway.
contract.
And this is just a protection cap, if you
And
will.
Adam has to know that I remember that he said we can do it for less than 200 back in the summer. So I'm gonna go back to the video whenever we get down to that point.
It's
So.
a function of size.
Yeah.
All right, so let me get notes correct here just a second. I have Councilmember Reed wishing to make an amendment to the amendment. Who seconded my amendment?
I did.
Okay. All right. So I have a motion to amend the amendment by Councilmember Reed and seconded by Councilmember Rowe to merely change the 200,000 to 300,000 and strike my words that I offered. Is that fair enough? Is that what everybody understands? Mm-hmm. All right. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous. We are back to the amendment. The amendment has now been changed to be exactly to what you just voted upon. All those in favor again,
Oh, go ahead.
show your hands.
Flash the light.
All opposed, same sign. None opposed, it is unanimous. The main motion is now before us, which is the amended tonight paragraph C to say 300,000.
I have a
Councilmember Shaw.
Patricia, don't you think that NISD would want some kind of number if we elect to terminate the contract?
There's a formula in the back.
That's if they want to terminate it, I thought.
If we do.
If NISD has made the determination to proceed with such construction or expansion, but in no event shall such notice be given by NISD to town less than 180 days. But there's no, it seems like we could go to September 30th and just give them notice and we're going to terminate. There's no date, there's no time period for us to terminate if we want.
They've not, I mean, I've had extensive discussions with them. They've not asked for that. It's just simply us leaving their property.
Okay.
Yeah, why would it matter?
Yeah, I suppose they have nothing to lose in that case, particularly if we've spent money on it.
They haven't paid any money. We do have attachment A that has an example of $200,000 of improvements, so
Need to change that.
you want to change that to 3,000, it changes the math all the way through.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Yeah, attachment A has 200,000 listed twice. Now that we're on this issue, it seems almost appropriate to say 300,000 are the actual amount spent. Because I'm not sure that if we spent 200, they want to reimburse us 300.
Yeah.
The attachment was only intended to be a
Example.
representative example of how we would calculate it.
But
whatever
item
that amount
C has a specific amount in it. So, I move that we add after the 300,000 or the actual amount spent by the town, if it's less.
I'll second.
So the amendment is, or a lesser amount if actually spent by the town, or something like that. We okay with that? We have a motion and a second? So if we only spend 200,000, they're not on the hook to 300,000. And to also change on attachment A, subsequent wording about that so that it's clear. Are we okay with that? All right, all in favor of the amendment, please show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous. We're now back to the main motion. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote on the main motion as amended. All in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous. Patricia, if you would work on that and Mike, get it
Yes.
Clean up the words slightly.
Got it.
All right. We have dealt with item 9, which was removed from the consent agenda, and we are in our regular session. And item 11, I'm going to go ahead and consider because Jennifer McKnight has waited patiently for her presentation, and I'm sure would prefer to be home at this time. Thank you for waiting, Jennifer. And I've had a request to move item 22 up because of a lot of people here waiting for that item. So after 11, if there's no objection, we'll go to item 22. After 11, receive overview of pending Stage 2 water restrictions from MUD Manager Jennifer McKnight, General Manager of Trophy Club Municipal Utility District Number 1, and discussion of same. Mrs. McKnight.
Good evening. Let's see if I can, all right, good. All right, I want to thank y'all for the opportunity to come and share the glorious news that it looks like at some point in the next probably 30 days, we will be getting notice from Fort Worth that we're moving to Stage 2, which is a water warning. And so I
Jennifer,
want
I'm
to
sorry, I'm just going to stop you 1 second. We don't have any picture on the front monitor if somebody could tell somebody, but go ahead with your presentation, but I'm just saying, front monitor is a black screen.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to kind of give a little background of our plans, and when I speak of our plans, I'm speaking of both the drought plan for the municipal utility district and for the public improvement district. They're pretty much the same. So as I say, our plan, we'll just kind of know that means both of them. Our plans are required. It's for any public water system in Chapter 288 of the Texas Water Code. These plans are considered an emergency response, and I like to point that out because we kind of get used to the fact that we're in a drought, and we don't really realize that it's somewhat of an emergency situation. And as we keep moving through these stages, we need to recognize that the emergency is getting worse. We are in a severe water shortage in North Texas at this point. Our plans require that we have some system-specific triggers, and that in comparison to regional triggers. I want to kind of define that. A system-specific trigger, if we get to work one day and we find out all of our pumps out front have been hit by lightning and we can't pump water into the system like we need to, that would be a system-specific emergency. So our plan is set to deal with those types of emergencies, as well as we're required by our contract with our wholesale customer to have regional triggers, meaning if there is some issue with our reservoir capacity, in this case our lakes, then our plan requires that if they implement a drought stage, we have to follow with them. The Stage 2 that we're about to experience is triggered by a regional issue, and that is that our lake levels are down to 60%. And once the levels get to 60%, the trigger in our plan is that we move to Stage 2. We're fortunate in that our plan is written to state that once one of those regional triggers occurs, we will implement it when we're notified by our wholesale provider. So although at this point, right now today, these lake reservoirs are down to 60%, they have not given us the you gotta do it just yet. So I appreciate the opportunity to come in and kind of explain where we're going with this before it happens, because we want to start kind of messaging this out to our customers. And the town is one of our largest customers as a wholesale customer. The plans require certain specific portions of the plan. We have to have our triggers. We have to state clearly what those triggers are that's going to require some sort of a response. And if we hit one of those triggers, what the responses are going to be and any exceptions to those responses. The plans also require that we spell out how we're going to notify and who we're going to notify, what type of enforcement we're going to take if customers choose not to follow the plan, and if and when we can grant variances throughout for restrictions in the plan. And then the plans point out when we can have a stage reduction, when we can move back to a earlier stage, like presently we're in stage 1. As I said earlier, what's triggering the stage 2 right now is that our lake levels are at 60% of the combined reservoir capacity. And I want to take a minute and kind of explain what that means, because a lot of times people don't really get exactly what that means. But if you picture a straw in a glass, and you don't have the straw doesn't reach all the way to the bottom of the glass. Let's say it just reaches halfway into the glass. Well, when you suck the water out, when it gets below that straw level, you can't suck any more water out. So people look at our lakes and they say, wow, well, the lakes are low, but there's still lots of water out there. But what we have to understand is the pump level is somewhere between 50% and 60%. So I point that out because it's getting to a very critical point. The drought started really in North Texas, I would say, in 2011. But in 4 years, we're 40% below where we need to be. So if you kind of try to project that forward, it's kind of scary. This stage 2 is affecting all of Tarrant Regional Water District's customers. Fort Worth is a customer of the water district, Tarrant Regional. They provide water to more than 1.7 million people in the North Central Texas area. They have over 30 wholesale customers, and these include the city of Fort Worth, Arlington, Mansfield, and TRA. Fort Worth will first receive a notice of stage 2 from TRWD, and they will in turn give us a notice of stage 2. At that point, that's when we kind of pull the trigger, and we will have to get our customers on board with that. To kind of give you a visual of how far Tarrant Regional Water District serves, if you notice on the map, they go all the way up to Wise County down to Freestone. They cover all or portions of Wise County, Parker County, Denton, Tarrant, Johnson, Ellis, Navarro, Henderson, and Freestone. So it's a big district. There's lots of lakes in there, but they're all very, very low at this point. So once stage 2 is finally implemented, we will have to look at what our responses will be. And we, Trophy Club, have set a goal of water reduction of a minimum of 10%. And to relate that back to stage 1, our goal was 5%, and we have achieved that. So I think we will be able to achieve the 10% reduction. But let's keep in mind that that's the minimum. We want to try to reduce it even more if possible. What that means mostly for our customers is that is going to reduce the outdoor irrigation with sprinkler systems to once per week. Right now we're in the twice per week schedule, and that reduces it to once per week. And that is for all customers, both residential, commercial, government, schools, churches, everyone. The schedule that we will use has not yet been finalized. We like to work with the regional schedule with Fort Worth, and I'll give you a few reasons why we like to do that. I think it's a lot easier to message to your customers if what they see on TV, because Fort Worth and Arlington, the larger cities, and Tarrant Regional Water District, they do a lot of television advertising, and they advertise what the schedule will be. So it's somewhat of free education for our customers if we stay on this regional schedule. I have worked in an area where the cities and the towns and the water districts all wanted to do their own thing, and they didn't really do regional messaging. And I can tell you it was a big mess. And so I'm strongly in favor of keeping the regional schedule. But once the schedule is finalized with Fort Worth, we will be able to start printing materials and getting ready to message our customers. As always, outdoor watering will be prohibited between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Again, it'll be once per week. There will be no outdoor watering allowed on Mondays, just as it's been since shortly after I came here. It could possibly be, depending on the schedule that Fort Worth selects, there could be no outdoor watering on Friday as well. On the screen, I'm showing two schedules that the wholesale customers voted on. And I will tell you, it was in no way a unanimous vote for either one of these schedules. And I've actually received a couple of customer comments. They saw the information in the council packet, and they've sent me some emails. And all of them really brought up the same point that I brought up at the meeting myself. And that is, right now, the option one schedule, let me back up and say that is the schedule I voted for. There were only two options, but that does not mean they finalized option one. Right now, I don't think that it's really an issue, but we do expect this to go on for some time. And in the summertime, it could cause a issue for residents as if they can only water on a weekend day, which is the day that they can enjoy their yards with their family. But I will say that in Texas, if you water and you stop watering by 10 a.m., most likely by 11 a.m., your yard's going to be completely dry, and it's not even going to look like you water, or you're not even going to notice that you watered it. But that is a complaint, and that's a concern that not only myself, but some of our customers and some of the other wholesale customers had as well. So as of right now, our last meeting, wholesale meeting, was back before Christmas, and Fort Worth had indicated that we would be having a meeting by mid-January. We've not received any notice of that yet, and so I think that could be looked at as good news. Maybe they're pushing this out a little bit further, but at the next meeting, the schedule will be finalized. I also had a couple of questions, actually one last year and one this year, about where HOAs fit in. And in our plans, HOAs are considered commercial for the schedule purposes. Kind of quickly go through the prohibitions. It will not be allowed to hose paved areas except to alleviate immediate health or safety hazards. Hosing of buildings other than fire protection, and what that means is pressure washing of homes and that sort of thing is not allowed in stage 2. Failure to repair a leak. That is something that a person could receive enforcement action if they've been notified that they have a leak and they fail to repair it in a timely manner. Operating an irrigation system with a broken or missing head. Use of water for dust control except to protect public health. If there is a lot of construction going on what's going to be a new street and dust is coming up, that would be considered a health hazard. Especially if there's residents around that area, that would be allowed for them to go spray that down to keep the dust control, but not just to wash your driveway down for dust control. Use of ornamental ponds and fountains will be prohibited except for when it's necessary to support aquatic life. Filling and draining of pools and hot tubs, except to maintain structural integrity. One of my personal favorites, and I want to talk a little bit about that. Use of water from hydrants, except for firefighting purposes or to maintain health, safety, and welfare. I'll go into a little more detail on that. And then watering for dust control on skinned areas of sports fields. that is also prohibited. So I want to go back to the swimming pools. That's always been a source of misunderstanding for a lot of Fort Worth customers, wholesale customers. And so I kind of asked some specific questions about that particular item, because this is a perfect example of a one-size-fits-all drought plan, in that many of the cities that are wholesale customers have smart meters, and they can tell if their customers are filling pools. They get real-time data on all of their customers, and they know who's filling pools and who's not filling pools. We don't have that in Trophy Club. So I get a lot of questions from customers, well, can I fill my pool? And it's not, I don't want to say to a customer, well, I really don't know if you are. But the fact of the matter is, I really don't know if they are. But that is a requirement that we have that as a restriction. And what I do want to say is, Fort Worth said that they have actually just recently reduced that in their plan from a prohibition to a recommendation, in that so many swimming pools have different structural needs. I talked a little bit with Mike about this because he has a swimming pool, and he was explaining that there's a level that if his pool gets below that level, it'll blow out his pumps. He's got to keep the water level up. So I think at this point, with the plan that we have, going forward, we will look at that item and see if there's a different way we can word it. But we just don't encourage everyone to go drain their pool and refill it on a daily basis. That's not going to help us achieve our 10% reduction goal. So we're just going to ask our residents to please be conscious of filling your pool and only do it if it's really necessary. The next item to talk a little bit about is the fire hydrant usage. That is going to affect some of our construction projects in the district and within the town, in that we have a lot of construction companies that come and rent portable meters, and they hook those to fire hydrants, and they use that water during their construction process. That will not be allowed during stage 2. The goal of a water warning is to recognize that we need to maintain our water supply for drinking water purposes and for health and welfare purposes. So once stage 2 goes into effect, all of the commercial accounts that have or anyone that has a temporary construction meter will be required to bring that back in and turn it in until stage 2 goes away. There are a few exceptions, and that is that watering lawn and slabs with a handheld hose, a drip irrigation, or a soaker hose, or a tree bubbler is allowed for up to 2 hours on any day except Monday, and is not allowed between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. I really want to drive the message that there's absolutely no watering on Monday. It doesn't matter what kind of watering it is. We don't water on Mondays. But the other days of the week, residents can use a handheld hose to water their yard and their shrubs. Newly installed shrubs and trees may be watered up to 2 hours on any day except Monday with a handheld hose, drip irrigation, soaker hose, or tree bubbler. Athletic fields within a stadium may be watered to maintain league standards, but they cannot water on Mondays. And we will ask and encourage any athletic field within a stadium to help us to achieve that they should be working to achieve a 10% water reduction over their annual average usage. That exception is just for the field within the stadium. It does not apply to landscaping surrounding the field itself. And this once per week schedule does not apply to irrigation with private well water or with effluent. reuse water, which is what the golf course primarily uses. I will ask, there's really minimal wells in Trophy Club, but I will ask that if possible, if it's being watered with a well, that I was going to say put a sign up, but I'm not sure if that's authorized at this.
Private property, private property.
And I'm actually gonna get to some more sign questions for you in a moment. But if it's authorized for them to put a sign up, I would like for them to do so. Because we get a lot of calls about, well, they're watering on the wrong day, and come to find out it's the golf course with effluent.
Jennifer, just have one quick question. Looking at your list, for those people who want to wash or choose to wash their own cars, I didn't see vehicles mentioned anywhere in this listing. You have lawn and slabs with handheld hoses, but if someone wants to wash their own car, is that going to be prohibited completely, or is it allowed on a handheld hose any day but Monday?
I'll have to look at that. That's a good point. I don't recall. It goes back to stage one, in that I believe it's allowed on your watering day with if you have a nozzle that will turn on and off. That, I think that's the only day you're allowed, other than at a commercial car wash. That's allowed
Right.
any day if they use recycled water. But thank you, that's a very good point, and I will add that in when we put this onto the website and things, what exactly that is.
Thank you.
I don't wash my car, so my husband will verify that. But okay, so once kind of moving to what's going to happen once we do get to stage two, there are requirements for our notification. I'll receive notification from Fort Worth, and they are very good about giving us some time. They don't send an email and say, hey, at 8 a.m. this morning we went into stage two. They'll usually tell us within the next 10 to 14 days we're going to stage two. So that's always good. But at this point there is no firm date set, and I honestly thought by now they would have already at least planned the next meeting, but they have not. So we will see what comes with that. Once I get that notification, I will notify the Municipal Utility District Board of Directors. I'll notify you all, the town council. I'll notify Mike, the town manager, and the fire chief of the effective date of the stage two. We are also required to notify TCQ anytime we move through a stage, in or out of a stage. And they have a very nice online reporting tool. And I will, once we get this notification, I will go fill that notification out and provide a copy to the town for the PID that we've notified them that we're going into stage two. Customer notification. We will use newspapers, and again, by using this regional plan, Tarrant Regional Water District does a lot of really good newspaper publications, and so we'll tag along with that. We'll do some public service announcements. It'll be on our website. We'll use the marquees, the listserv, the CTY, and we'll send out direct mails to our customers. So here's where my sign is. My question about signs. I heard earlier that you all are thinking of prohibiting signs in the right-of-way. And I would like you to seriously consider that with the drought signs. They are very good. It's a very good way of messaging to our customers. I can tell you that I personally have a tough time remembering if I'm Tuesday or Thursday, and I like passing that sign all the time, and I can glance and know exactly what day my watering day is. I think the good news from I've actually been trying to find the good side of stage two, and I think hearing you all talk about the signs, it made me realize that I think that we've moved the drought out of the temporary signs, and y'all need to move that over into your ordinance of permanent, because it just doesn't look like it's going away for a while. So, but I would like to get some clarification and answers on how we can use our signs, because we will get so many signs from Tarrant Regional, we'll get some from Fort Worth, and we usually have a lot of signs of our own made up as well. So next comes, what will we do with enforcement? It's the same enforcement plan that we have with stage one. The first, if we kind of separate this by violations that are observed by district personnel and violations that are observed by Trophy Club PD. If it's violations that are observed by district personnel, the first violation, they receive a written warning. We move through up to a second or a subsequent violation can receive a $50 administrative penalty on their water bill. 3 or more violations can result in service disconnection and a $200 reconnect charge plus the $50 administrative penalty. I can honestly say that we have not had to get there with anyone, and I'm very appreciative. I think Trophy Club is a great place to call home, and I think everyone really observes our stages, and I think they understand the importance. Violations by TCPD. The first violation, they receive a written warning, and second or more violations can result in a citation. Once Fort Worth gives us an idea of when this is going to happen, I would like to extend to the police chief to possibly facilitate a meeting so that we can kind of go over this. And we had a really good way of communicating these violations to each other last year, and we'll kind of continue that, and I'd like to kind of catch you up on what that is. Variances can be granted by the district manager if the restrictions would cause an emergency condition adversely affecting the health, sanitation, or fire safety. A variance must be requested in writing, and if it's approved, a permit will be issued, and it has to be displayed in public view at a residence or a business. Our plan does allow a variance for new lawns at new construction only, and it's for a 30-day period only. We plan to, part of our messaging, really discourage anyone from choosing right now to be the time that you decide to replace your lawn with a $250,000 landscaping redo. It's just not the year for that. So hopefully we won't have too much of that. Now for the bad news, the stage reduction. I think one of the reasons that Fort Worth and Tarrant Regional are trying to push this start off as long as possible is because how difficult it's going to be to get out of it. In order to move back to stage one, the combined reservoir capacity is going to have to reach 75%, or it's going to have to reach 70% for 30 consecutive days. And that's a lot. That's going to be a while. So we really expect this to last. I said many months because I don't have a very clear crystal ball. I don't know how long it will last, but I don't expect it to go away very quickly. If any of you are interested in some additional information, I listed some websites here that have some really interesting information. Tarrant Regional Water District, it's really interesting that you can go get kind of real time where the lake levels are on a daily basis, and you can see what a difference 1 inch of rain, if we receive, what it'll make. It's really pretty interesting. You can see that this is the drought map from last Friday. North Texas is still in the exceptional drought. Hopefully we'll be climbing out of that soon. That's all I have. I'm open for any questions, and
Councilmember Schaffner has a question.
Can you tell us what is considered stadiums in Trophy Club? What we have that is considered stadiums?
I did ask that with Fort Worth as well, and actually some other managers, and everyone is defining it as if it has a bleacher area. If there's bleachers, it's a stadium.
So we can just
Buy
go
some
put
bleachers
bleachers.
Buy some bleachers, yeah.
And I know that on your on the drought contingency plan that you have, you want us to have a league standards. How do you want that? How do you want us to give you that? Because I want to make sure that I'd actually like to add it to the record so that we know exactly, we communicate with you exactly what our league standards are.
I think the best way is if you could just get me the written document of what the league standards are, and then if I have any questions about it, I can get with Mike on it.
Okay. So perhaps we need to work on that.
They don't have any.
Okay, but it's.
I'm just letting you know, they currently
Then
don't
he's
have
already
it's,
answered, he can only water once. a-
He didn't answer.
It's judgment calls.
Yeah, but if we can come up with something so that we can give her, so that we know, and she's clear, we're clear, and then also, run by what we consider stadiums so that everybody's on the same page on this.
Yeah, and I do, again, I really, really want to stress that this is an emergency response. And we need to really be conscious of the fact that it took 4 years it took only 4 years to basically lose 40% of our lake capacity. If this drought continued 5 more years, we're going to be in a tough situation. So we need to really prioritize what we're using water for.
Jennifer, just another thing, there's a lot of people moving into the area also, and that doesn't help the situation. But you mentioned in the prohibitions, I think you used the wrong word. You said as far as ornamental ponds and fountains, except, it says where necessary. You said when necessary. It's where necessary. Like the development I live in, it's got fish and stuff in the ponds. So we would have to keep the fountains running, or am I wrong in that?
No, you're absolutely right. If it supports aquatic life.
The other thing is, can you explain, a lot of people I've heard, and I don't know, I have 2 left hands when it comes to landscaping. The more you water, the less effective it is. The concern is that, I can only do it once a week, so I'll do it for an hour. Does that help the grass, or is that just wasting water?
We have a lot of information on our website. I think kind of the standard is you're supposed to try to achieve, 3/4 of an inch
in one cycle.
in a cycle. And
How do you do that? How much time is that?
Depends on your coverage.
Sorry.
it
You'd have
just,
to measure it in your
it's system
own-
dependent.
There's a
but-
precipitation rate in the state of Texas, 0.52. It's a formula. You can get to it with your system.
You can also, if you just want to run a test, go put a ring gauge under your sprinkler and see the length of time that it takes to get what you need. That's always a quick way to do it.
Councilmember Perro.
The only other question I had, you mentioned new lawns for new construction and so on, but I went through the experience, as did some of my neighbors in my area, with infestations of disease and bugs and so on that ate the grass and killed it. And some of us had to replace a good portion of our lawn, not because we wanted to, but because of disease or insects. Would there be consideration for variance in those circumstances?
Yes,
when
you should request a variance, yes.
Okay.
And we do have a form on our website that you can use to request a variance.
Mr. Sly?
Thank you. A couple of statements you made caused some concern for me. One is you recognized that it's a health concern in a construction environment, in a dusty environment, that you would allow for water trucks to come in and dampen the construction area and that kind of thing as they're building their roads.
That's a water truck.
And how do they get their water if you're not going to give them their mobile meter?
They
How
can
do-
bring it from a business location. That's primarily not who use the construction meters. That's not what they use it for, to fill trucks. They use it to actually for construction purposes. And, but they can truck in water for that. But we do not
I
allow
need
them
to-
to use the
I need to ask
temporary-
Ed, who's out there on the construction site every day, is that, how have they been doing that in the past when we have to stabilize the road and water the chemicals and that kind of thing?
They use a construction meter on the fire hydrant.
So what you're telling me is that's not gonna be allowed?
No.
Where are they gonna get their water if we've already deemed it okay because of a health hazard or a construction process to stabilize the road?
I think
I just
I
need to
think,
be
yes,
able
they
to tell
can use
these
the fire
contractors.
hydrant because it says for public health purposes, but they can't come check out a temporary meter other than to go do that. In other words, they can check it out, go do that, and bring it back. We can work it that way, but I can tell you that that's not what they usually choose to do. They usually just choose to fill their truck at their construction site elsewhere and bring it here.
And this is not your rule, this is Fort Worth's rule, correct?
That's right.
So, and I'm not trying to be difficult, I just need to be sure to tell our contractors, because we've got 2 or 3 roads that we're gonna be rebuilding this year, what they have to do to get their water to do that. And, you know, if you're telling me they can come in and get a meter and bring it back, we can just talk about it afterwards.
They-
I just need to be sure that we're giving clear guidance to our contractors.
There's also ways that the town may want to set up a fill station for them. That's very common in some areas. They'll set up a fill station for, you know, where they can come in and fill up their truck at that location. And that might be something, if that's what they're needing, the water is just for dust control on the roads. That would be the health hazard that we would be talking about.
Right. All right. Well, maybe you and I can talk offline and come up with the
All right,
appropriate
any other
language.
questions for Jennifer?
Just, and more so for Mike, not for tonight, but can we check out to see, do we have a percentage of grass that we have to have? In other words, if somebody wants to do more rock and mulch to get away from this situation.
Residential,
I mean, not for tonight, but can we check that out? And maybe that's something we need to look at, maybe we
I
can
don't
change.
think we have a standard that says you have to have X amount of grass. I think if somebody wanted to do a desert landscape, they could. Or a xeriscape, they could. But we'll check it out and get it to the
All right,
council.
Jennifer, thank you very much for
Sure.
your presentation. If there's no other questions, we'll let her go home. Jennifer,
All
thank
right, and I really would appreciate if y'all think about our drought signs in your temporary sign ordinance. And then maybe I'll let you have your construct. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
All right. Council, I'm going to bring up item 22 because we have speakers and people waiting for that, if there's no objection to that. Any objection?
On here?
All right, item 22, consider and take appropriate action to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $5,000 for the purchase of the initial inventory for no solicitation signs. Town Manager Sly reported earlier about budget amendments, and so the question obviously would be, where's the $5,000 come from? Mr. Sly?
That would certainly be one of those expense line items based on the additional surplus that the town currently has in their budget. We'd ask the council's consideration to realign those dollars.
And so for clarification, council, people would buy their no solicitation signs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the $5,000 is to get an inventory, people buy signs, money comes back into the fund, and at some point, you're out of signs or you have to order more, right? All right. So I see Chief Arata at the podium, so I'm going to ask you if you have some questions or comments.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may take a second and just speak on behalf of the Trophy Club Emergency Volunteers Association. It's a group of 40 volunteers of citizens for the city that help myself and Chief Thomas to support our organizations. They're the ones that are requesting this funding to go ahead and sell signs to help us enforce the ordinance, the no solicitation sign ordinance. It will be $5,000 to buy approximately 500 signs on a post. As you can see here in this photograph, one in front of a house. There'll be additional signs that would be same sign, not on a post, that people could buy and mount on their house, or a window decal that they could put in their window for a separate price.
Assuming you allow it in the sign ordinance.
Yes. So. Yeah. But any questions? I mean, I know I could go on and talk about the organization, but.
All right. I would entertain a motion at this time.
I'll make a motion that we approve an amount not to exceed $5,000 for the purchase of initial inventory of no soliciting signs.
I'll second it.
All right, a motion by Councilmember Schaffner and a second by Councilmember Lamont. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we will call for the vote. All those approving the motion, please show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed. It is unanimous. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, all the volunteers in yellow shirts and those that are not in yellow shirts that are volunteers of the association. All right, Council, I'll bring you, Dina, I'm sorry, did you want to speak? Dina? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, you were just asking to move it up. Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to, I think, fairly quickly deal with item 12, and then Kathy will be at item 13, so we'll be to you real quickly. Item 12, consider and take appropriate action regarding a proclamation proclaiming January 21, 2015 as Julia Michelotti, if I pronounced that right, Day in Trophy Club. And I'm going to turn the chair over to Councilmember Perro, asking him to read our proclamation.
Town of Trophy Club, Texas, proclamation number 2015-02. A proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Trophy Club, Texas, establishing the day of January 21, 2015 as Julia Michelotti Day in Trophy Club. Whereas Julia Michelotti was born in Iowa on January 21, 1915 to Anna and Frank Chihak, brave immigrants from Czechoslovakia. And whereas Julia was one of 4 siblings attending a country schoolhouse and developing a love of reading, cooking, and crocheting. And whereas Julia married Rudolph Joseph Nicola in June of 1941, and as a military family lived in various locations across the country, they were blessed with a daughter, Julie. Sadly, after 5 years of marriage, Rudolph, an Army veteran, was a casualty of World War II. And whereas Julia is a wonderful and loving mother, raising her daughter alone for 15 years before marrying Frank Michelotti, and whereas Julia is blessed with 2 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren, and whereas Julia Michelotti, having previously resided in Roanoke and now living in Trophy Club, has been a blessing to all she has come in contact with over the past 100 years, and is joined by friends and family today to celebrate this exciting milestone in her life. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Nick Sanders, in conjunction with the Town Council of the Town of Trophy Club, by virtue of the authority vested in them, does hereby wish Mrs. Julia Michelotti a very happy 100th birthday, and does hereby proclaim January 21st, 2015, Julia Michelotti Day in the Town of Trophy Club, and call upon all fellow residents, family, and friends to pay tribute to Mrs. Michelotti on her 100th birthday, and wish her health and happiness in all her days to come. In witness whereof, I have hereto unto set my hand and caused the seal of the town of Trophy Club to be affixed this 13th day of January 2015. And I motion that we approve this proclamation.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Perro moved, Councilmember Lamont seconded. Just so everyone is aware, there are pictures up on the screen of our citizen who's going to turn 100 in a few days. And thanks to the staff for putting together the pictures and for getting all the data for the proclamation. I assume the staff did that to get that, so thank you very much. All in favor of approving the proclamation, please show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous. I think, and April, correct me if I'm wrong, that on the 21st, she will be at the Roanoke Senior Center and they will celebrate her birthday, is that right? And so anybody that would like to attend, they eat lunch, and I think that's when the time frame that they're gonna do it. I don't think we're invited for lunch, but it'd be great to go say hello and wish her a happy birthday. All right, thank you, council and staff. Item number 13, consider and take appropriate action regarding Citizens Financial Advisory Board, CFAB, review of Trophy Club Park and recommendations regarding the operation of the park and provide council direction on prioritized projects. Council, we have Kathy Carlson from the board that's going to make a presentation to us, or motion or comments or suggestions.
Something. Good evening, council members. My name is Kathy Carlton. I reside at 226 Phoenix Drive, and I have been a member, actually a charter member on the Citizens Financial Advisory Board. Over the last number of months, we've had numerous presentations, mostly by Adam Adams, and we've also had Dr. Thomas Walker from the University of North Texas come out and talk to us about the park at Trophy Club. Quite some time ago, and I don't know, maybe over a year ago, we were tasked with looking at the park and to determine if it was viable. That was a pretty kind of fuzzy direction, but we did the best we could with it. And so we looked at every aspect of it. And I'm happy to go into a little bit more detail, but we have, at our December 1st meeting, we came up with 3 recommendations, and that's what I'm here to present to you. The first one is based on aesthetic and financial information presented to the Citizens Financial Advisory Board by both internal and external sources. It is the board's recommendation to council that Trophy Club Park is indeed financially viable. And then the vote was unanimous for that. So we believe that it is viable for many, many reasons. However, we do understand that that's, again, doesn't say a lot. Doesn't give much direction back to you. So we are open to further evaluation of the park, but we need more direction from the council due to the lack of clarity on the initial project, and there has since been a complete turnover in council from the original directions we received. So we're open to looking at that some more. If there's something more you want us to burrow into, we're happy to do that.
So did you say you had 3 recommendations?
Yes, that was the first.
All right.
The second one, it is the CFAB board's recommendation to council that a minimum of $3 per horse entry fee be put in place at Trophy Club Park. And this was voted on 6-1. One of the things we looked at, first of all, I failed to mention that we believe that not only is Trophy Club Park viable, but it is a treasure trove in the middle of Trophy Club that many of us were not aware of, the 877 acres out there and what all the resources that they provide to the citizens of Trophy Club. But one of the things that is very popular out there, a popular use, is equestrian and horse riding. And most of the horses come from Marshall Creek Park, where we happen to know they charge $50 per ride. What we are recommending is that you adopt a fee structure of $3 per horse per entry. The numbers that we were given on that is that there are approximately 10,000 horse entries per year. So at $3 each, that would, supply the city with about $30,000 to go towards the bottom line. And for the park, that would be a sizable portion of the budget. So that was our second recommendation. The third is that the CFAB recommendation to council that the Parks Department conduct a fee study of Trophy Club Park fees. And that is, again, just to look at the fees, the entry fees and what, all the various fees, and make sure that they're where they need to be for this day and age.
So on item 2, has the Corps approved, or have you approached the Corps about the $3 horse entry fee?
I approached them on the 2. I've talked with them since about the 3, but have not heard back at this time.
So the suggestion is to raise it from 2 to 3? Is that what the suggestion is?
Originally, from the Parks and Rec standard, it was the asking of $2, and we involved the participants, which was Marshall Creek Ranch, the lady who runs that, and the board at that time thought $2, and then this came along as $3. So I will expect to hear back soon on that. It does have ramifications for other core properties, so I'm sure that's part of it.
All right, Councilmember Perro.
Regarding the viability of the park itself, since it is core property, do we have access to any type of federal grant money or financial incentives to operate the park and help get some support from the federal government?
We do, and Adam, I'm sure will speak a lot better than I can about that, but we are aware of some grants that they've already received for various structures there. So yes, there are federal funds available. Correct, Adam?
Yes, Adam, talk about what we've received.
We've received 3 grants so far, I believe is the total. So we've received 3 grants. The most noticeable would probably be for the restrooms. The grants we received were motorized trail grants. So operationally, no, they won't give you money to operate the park. They'll give you money, and this is through Texas Parks and Wildlife, and they've gone through some cutbacks as well from their grant programs. It's federal highway money. Since we have an motorized vehicle activities in there, we're allowed to take a percentage from the federal highway tax, and that goes to our park. There are other grant opportunities there. Usually on the grant cycle, if you get one, they'll hold off on another. There is a non-motorized trail grant that is much more competitive to get. We're always favored in the motorized trail grant because we're one of the few public parks that has a motorized section. And so what I've tried to do as best I could is on those grants, I try to, like the bathrooms, for instance, I try to look for amenities that benefit the average citizens, but they could use as well. And the bathrooms was a happy medium there. We'll be pursuing more in the future. There's a boat ramp grant, but there is a handful of grants out there, and we have received it. We're very good. It's a good piece of property for being targeted for grants.
All right. Councilmember Reed.
I've got a couple questions if they're not appropriate. Do we know how much, or can you ballpark, or did y'all look at how much it costs for us to maintain the trails that the horses walk through? I understand from different citizens have told me that we actually have to go out there and maintain them because the horses churn up was there any idea of how much that cost us annually to keep that? This is a multiple part question, but that's
it's a hard answer to nail that down exactly.
What's a ballpark?
We've invested ballpark. The volunteers do a bit, so sometimes they literally their time, if I was to value it, would increase the cost. But I'm going to say the equestrian trails cost between I'm going to throw out like 17 to 22,000 a year.
Okay.
And the equestrian trails there, though, they are dual purpose. They're equestrian / pedestrian, but the horses do the larger amount of impact by far.
Right, and so this kind of goes to, this is more of a discussion topic. Let's just say it's $20,000 a year. We're proposing that we collect $30,000, so we're $10,000 to the good. One of the things I want us as a council to be aware of is, this park is supported by tax dollars from citizens of Trophy Club. And I don't know what the amount of citizens of Trophy Club who actually ride horses are. My guess would be the majority of people that come in and use those trails are people from outside of the community. I've talked to multiple people in our community. In fact, I was at a party the other night with mountain bike riders and joggers that told me that they are prohibited from using those because they frighten the horses for different reasons. And so I would like to know if it's not feasible to look into find out how many citizens of Trophy Club are using these trails for horses. And if there's an overwhelming majority of Trophy Club citizens that would rather have these trails for walking and mountain biking or jogging, I would be in favor of looking to doing away with the horses altogether saving the 20,000, 10,000, and then our citizens could use these more
Well, Adam's
than they
probably
do
got
now.
the numbers, but from the information we have, for the uses of Trophy Club residents, equestrian is the #1 use for residents. And I don't know if
For
you-
Trophy Club residents?
Yes. Top uses by Trophy Club residents, #1 equestrian and pedestrian trails.
Equestrian and pedestrian,
Yeah.
well, that
trails
lumped together.
themselves.
Right.
You can't, yeah, that doesn't make sense. You gotta split those up.
Yeah.
It's-
And it's probably not, maybe we have it on a future agenda topic, but I did a quick poll of a couple of outdoor people that I know that live here, and 3 of them right off the bat were guys that like to ride mountain bikes, and they said, if there's a horse coming, they've got to get off their bike, put it on their shoulder, walk way off into the woods, and it seems like if we have this neat trail infrastructure, I would like to see Trophy Club citizens using it rather than a bunch of people from South Lake getting on their horses and riding through our parks, and we're charging them $3.
If
Doesn't
the
make a lot of
majority
sense
of
to me.
people using it are coming from this Marshall Creek Equestrian Riding Center, wouldn't they have the address of where their clients are coming from? I mean, they might be able to provide that information easier than if we stand out there with a survey sheet in our hand. Maybe,
They could, if they want
if they
to,
will.
I guess.
Okay, all
We
right.
want to get too
There is
sidetracked, but
more. I'll
that's,
say this, that's a much more complex issue. And anytime you want to, I'll be happy to meet with you. The whole mountain bike, that's a much more complex, because the Corps wanted horses there. So the Corps restricts the bikes actually at this point. So there's.
but we can restrict the horses, right?
No, to my knowledge. You could charge, but
So we don't have a choice.
I do not think you can stop equestrian trails.
Can we
That's the Walnut
charge-
Grove Trail System, and I don't think you can.
Is there a way to split those off, to have horses on certain parts of the trail and have other trails for other uses?
They, in the what I'd call let's call it the southwestern portion of the park, they don't allow mountain bikes. Mountain bikes, from a purely recreational standpoint, the tenet of recreation, let's call it recreation, is you want to do the most. You want to create the access to what people can do the most, and mountain bikes far surpasses horses. I would never argue that. So you would get more use out of the park with bikes than you would horses. Absolutely.
Can we create mountain bike trails over by the motorized part? In the
there-
one section that you're talking about opening up?
There is a piece over there that we could do like a pump course on the master plan, and if y'all ever want to see the current concept plan, like I said, there's a lot to it. But creating bike trails where the horses are not very likely, because the Corps is really not big on creating more trails, and you'd have to create a second set of trails for the bikes to parallel the horse trails.
And
All
my,
right.
my last comment, it's very brief,
Yes.
is I think that my guess is, or at least to me, is $3 sounds a little light. If Marshall Creek's charging somebody $50 to go and $3 of it, we're allowing them to use our trails, I would think at least $5 to $10 wouldn't be an
Well, of course, the
overreaching
$50
amount.
does include the instruction and the horse. So
What does it
Right, but if we don't give them access to our trails, then they're not gonna make their $50 at all. I mean, I think we're
We
in the,
currently charge 0, correct?
shame on us.
Well,
And we pay 20 grand a year to maintain it?
you want me to go here?
All right, let me,
All right,
let me focus
I'll
us
be
just a
quiet.
little bit. We are dealing with a CFAB agenda item, and giving direction to CFAB is where we are in here in their report. I think those are excellent questions and excellent things for us to consider. And so I'm just going to ask you to try to limit your comments a little bit and questions so we can get back on subject. Greg had his hand up and Philip has his hand up, and then we'll try to deal with this appropriately.
First of all, I think it's unfair that you have to answer questions. Did you listen to the March 17, 2014 tape?
I don't.
I asked it to have sent to you. That's where it was 28 minutes, where the chairman of CFAB was given clear, direct, and precise instructions as far as what council wanted. In fact, even the town manager had given some instructions. So to say there was a lack of clarity, now, you probably didn't know it. Maybe he didn't transfer that to the board, but there was direct instructions of what they wanted, as far as financial, even grants, even sponsorships. And I guess the problem I have is you took it more upon yourselves to look more like a park board than a financial board. For instance, the first thing you should have looked at was the lease. You have two entities. How do you know what the financial costs are going to be or what the rates are or anything if you don't look at the lease? It was never, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I was to most of the meetings. Did you look at the lease, maybe even privately? And again, it's unfair to put this burden on you. The chairman knew what we needed and what we wanted. Without the lease, how do you know what they wanted or what they require out of the lease? For instance, did you check about insurance? We just had a situation with insurance. We had a building here for 12 years that wasn't insured for the contents. I mean, you got dangerous things going on over there. You got ATV, people can get killed. You got a boat ramp, people can drown. And I guess the one thing that disturbs me of all, and I got to come out and say it, I gave the board two things. I gave a financial analyst report that a prior town manager, assistant town manager, gave about overhead, as far as police and fire, Adam's salary. And I also gave a list of 60 items that were overhead items that were not included in the budget. And in there was insurance. And frankly, you said that you were offended that I gave it to you. And that troubled me. It was on the tape. And I just want to call your attention to the ordinance, the CFAB ordinance. It says, if I can find it here. I thought I had it here. Let's see. Anyway, in there, it says, talks about that you can take input and information from citizens, and you never looked at it. I mean, it was important to look at, and that's why I say you treat it more like a park board. And I don't know what other clarity we can give you if you go back and look at the tape. And I feel bad that you've got to sit here and take this. The chairman, just for whatever reason, didn't transmit that, what the council and what the town manager wanted. And I guess we'll do it again. But what we will do first is get the RFP done, and then we'll come back to this. And I feel bad, you got to say, I really do, but it troubles me that this wasn't done.
Councilmember Schaffner, you had your hand up.
I agree with Greg on quite a bit of that. I was at the council meeting where we discussed this, and you weren't there, so it's not your fault. And I guess I was under the assumption that we were tasking it with financial feasibility. I don't think there's anybody, there's probably some people, but most people in Trophy Club value that park. It's a park that's bigger than Central Park. I like it.
I did say in my recommendation that we do acknowledge the financial feasibility of it.
Yeah.
It is financially viable.
Well, here's what I was looking for, and that night that I think it was last March that we tasked this. What I was looking for was more in the line of just everything that we use out there, and I was looking for financial numbers because here's what concerns me about Trophy Club Park. If for whatever reason we come out of this drought and we are hit with a very, very wet spring and summer, we're just now climbing out of the last time that happened, correct?
Yes.
So it took how long to do that?
7 years.
Yeah, 7 years.
Yes.
Yeah. So 7 years it took us to climb out of a hole that we were in. So let's say that happens 2 or 3 times. You know, it could be devastating. I mean, we would really have to dip into our general fund to service that park. And so that's what, I guess that night, that's what I was looking for. What's the worst case scenario of this park? What's the best case scenario? Should we do more out there to generate money? Should we be putting more in reserves? That's kind of the intention I had that night. Maybe I was wrong in maybe we didn't task you specifically, but I guess that's what I was looking for. And so perhaps if we send this back, those are the sort of things that I want to see, because it really concerns me that, if we do experience, and we're gonna come out of a drought, you know, it usually goes in cycles, and when we do, is this gonna, another 7 years or 14 years to climb out of something like that?
Quick thing.
Councilmember Rowe.
I was present at the meeting where the direction was given as well. I was in the audience. This was prior to my being elected. And I remember personally feeling like it sounded a little bit broad, but even if it did and was broad, it was 10 months ago. I'm deeply, deeply, deeply concerned that it's been 10 months and the headline here is we felt like there was a lack of clarity. That is just going to really make me think long and hard about how we as a council delegate anything from this point forward. And that's all I have.
All right. Council, if you will recall, a couple of meetings ago, it seems like we reprioritized CFAB, where they were headed down a path to look at equalization or dealing with the pay structure for the police department, and had also been tasked with involvement in the park median RFP. And we changed that to say focus on the park median RFP.
Don't forget about the municipal retirement system.
And the municipal retirement system, I'm sorry, thank you very much, which you've finished that recommendation, but thank you, Kathy, for bringing that to my attention. So they finished that one task, and so the RFP is out. Staff has finished, is that right, Mike? Or,
Yeah, the RFP has actually been addressed with the CFAB.
right, okay, that's what I meant by
Initially,
out.
yeah.
CFAB has been given a copy of that, and I asked that we place that out on the drive for council to see. Has that been done yet?
No,
Okay.
not to my knowledge.
So looking for council to have a chance to look at that document. If CFAB has it, I think we need to be starting to look at that. There's a lot of stuff there. And
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt, I think if you go to the agenda for CFAB, you can get it there, correct?
it's in the agenda packet?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Where was I headed? And so what this agenda item is to say what is direction. So I'm going to suggest one thing, is that it seems like there was some specific items that were mentioned by Lamont and Schaffner that were given at a previous council meeting. And I think we should, as a council, get those items listed before us and bring it back to council to either affirm what they're looking for, add clarity if it's needed to do that. And so if there's not objection from council, I'm going to give that as a suggestion to Mike to get that document delineated for us and get it to us. And if you want it at the next meeting, then you can offer that suggestion. And then two, what I learned from talking to people the other day is that the evaluation of the document, that is the Park Medians RFP, is to look at it for clarity, direction, interpretation, to be able to make it a better document. That's their job. And once they finish that, the next step in order to deal with that would be to obviously issue the RFP to the public to respond to it. The public would be given some time to respond, weeks. And during that time, they could be spending time developing financial figures that are going to help them evaluate the responses to the RFP. Because that's the other side of what they're tasked to do, is to look at those financial figures. And I'm not sure that we have everything available, and John will obviously be involved in that to help them. What was mentioned to me was that they had already started the process of looking at police salaries and pay, and looking at the survey that had been developed. And their thought was that they might be able, during that interim time between release of RFP and responses back from RFP, might be able to do that also. But they also wanted to make sure that they had Chief Arata's input into that area, and he's new to the department, so depends on his time and their availability. So that's their focus at this point. And On top of that is this issue that if we're going to consider changing how we look at the budget next year, or awarding a bid for medians or parks or ball fields that will affect our budget, there is a timeline that we're gonna have to get to that point, which involves, if you decide that you're gonna not do if you're gonna farm out ball fields and subcontract it out, you've got workers that kind of do nothing but that, or a pool of workers that would be affected potentially with a layoff. So there are people involved in that, and the sooner we can get through that process, the better. But at the same time, what I said at my short meeting with them was, but I want you to be thorough. I don't want to have the schedule dictate that you say, I don't have time to get this done, because we need to do it right. And I think that's what we're looking for, that resource of your group to be able to add to the resource of everybody else that's looking at it. I know the staff has worked hard on the RFP, but there's always good to have other eyes look at it. So is there any other direction council wants to give tonight to that priority, other than getting Mike to bring us back the items that dealt with Trophy Club Park, so we can delineate that better for a future time? Anybody else want to give direction?
Would you like it in the form of a motion or just
Sure, if you'd like to.
chit-chat? I would move that
Wait a minute, let me just, is that what, are we agendaed?
Are we allowed to take action?
We are.
Provide direction. You're just gonna have to state it and see if there's an objection to it.
Okay. I would personally prefer that we table the True Up project until further notice, given changes in the department with Chief Arata and various other factors. I would prefer that we just let that one sit until we, as a council, choose to take it back up.
Is that a motion?
No, it's
Well,
just my feeling.
it's how you interpret direction on prioritized projects. And I keep looking to Patricia, and she's not,
I'm sorry, I'm trying to actually, I've got my pages mixed up because I've been,
and I'm kind of interpreting that as, it didn't say appropriate action, so. Provide direction, and so I think that's the direction, and I would just say, you want to express, council, your support or objection to that suggestion, you may do so.
just
I
it's
support
provide
it.
direction, you are not agended for action.
Okay.
I support the direction.
I support it.
So do I.
So do
All
I.
right, there's more than a majority that supports that, and so, Mike, would you make sure that gets communicated to the board, that saying hold off on evaluating the police salaries and focus on the project at hand? All right, any other direction that you want to give CFAB? Ryland?
I have some thoughts about the RFP when you guys start to comb through it, and I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, so I'm just going off of imagining what might create challenges, and having answered RFPs from large corporations before, and knowing that large corporations are akin to government in their sometimes unnecessary complexity. I know that a lot of you guys that are on the board, part of the reason that you've been asked to serve on the board is you have various experiences in business yourselves. And so one of the angles that I would ask that you look at with respect to the RFP is that it's done in such a way that we encourage responses, that it's not so large and unwieldy that it sort of shuts out a certain size or type of shop that might want to bid on the work because they look at it and go, oh my God, that's not even worth my time. I've gone through that, but had a boss that said, fill it out anyway, so, but they may not, I'm in software. It's a different business than what we're looking at here. And, so that's just my main direction to you guys, because I think that's really what we're looking for as a council for input from you all, is that what's going out is a proper representation of what it is we're trying to bid. And I know that Adam is obviously going to be critical in making sure that all works, but then making sure that we get enough valid responses that we have good data to work off of for you guys to analyze numbers.
Well, I will tell you that we reviewed it last night, page by page. It's not full of a lot of legalese or complicated language, so it will be easy to respond to in that manner. It is a very comprehensive document in that it covers everything that Parks and Rec needs to have accomplished. And so we talked quite a bit about, do we do this as one whole document or try to piecemeal it out? And it was felt last night, we came to an agreement that it would be better to put it all out as one document, that one larger company would probably subcontract out some of the smaller items anyway, say pest control, something like that. So we thought that would be easier for the town to manage rather than a lot of smaller companies who may be in and out of business quickly.
All
But
right.
yes, we'll keep that in mind.
Councilmember Perro.
Just one quick question. I haven't seen the document yet, but when they broke all this down that you're describing, did they actually, in addition to the work to be done, provide the council with a breakdown of the costs for doing that work? So when the bids come back in, we have something to compare to?
That
Or
is
is it just tasks?
It's tasks at the moment, but what will be done is we have a subcommittee that will be looking at all the costs that it costs for the town to do. So we'll have something to compare it to.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Kathy, thank you very much
All
for
right.
coming tonight and talking to us and waiting. Tried to get you out just
All right.
as soon as I could.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Council, I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. And so it is 11 minutes till 9, and we will go into recess for 10 minutes. Please return. We will reconvene after recess at 1 minute till 9. And I'm going to, if no objection from council, I'm going to move item 17 up to deal with quickly because we have someone waiting to do that also. Item 17, consider and take appropriate action to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $1,500 for the purpose of the Founder's Day event kicking off the town's 30th anniversary Founder's Day festivities. Again, this is one of those items that the funds are available because we've saved money in other categories in the budget at this time. Is that right, Mike?
Yes, sir.
So I would, Susan, do you want to speak quickly?
I will speak quickly. Yes, sir.
The chair would recognize Susan Estrom for.
Susan Etz from
address
269
this item.
Oak Hill Drive, Chairman of the 30th Anniversary Committee. So I have, from a meeting planning perspective, I have good news and good news. We've sold out. So we went from about 100 tickets or so on Saturday to absolutely being sold out today. So I apologize to residents who haven't gotten their tickets yet. They're going to miss the hottest thing in Trophy Club Saturday night, which is Founder's Day celebration. I think you'll be really pleased. We had, I believe it was 26 submissions for the art contest, which will all be on display, and the students will all be there. And Tyler Collins, Trophy Club resident and Detroit Tiger, will be there to give the awards to the recipients. Tam Parker, Andy Eads, Dr. Rue, and Linda Parker will be there from the Northwest Independent School District. And all of our sponsors will be there as well, except the Beck family. They had other plans. So any questions anybody has for me, let me know. The committee is really excited. We met this evening, and we're ready for a great event on Saturday.
All right, any questions of Ms. Estrom?
Make a motion.
All right, I would entertain a motion at this time.
I'm in a spending mood tonight, so I'm going to make a
for me.
motion that we allocate $3,000 for the purpose of Founder's Day event.
Do I have a second?
I'll second so we can hear why.
All right, I have a motion by Greg and a second by Rowe. First name, last name, I've done that backwards, haven't I? Okay, Lamont and Rowe. Greg, you have the floor.
Tickets were basically discounted, correct?
Correct,
Okay, so we have 250 tickets.
correct,
The cost is $25 a head,
correct,
and we're charging 15.
correct,
So right there, you have $2,500 on a shortfall,
correct.
correct?
It's, yeah,
And plus, staff is coming at no charge, correct?
correct. It's in a part of what you are allocating to us.
And we also have dignitaries that
Dignitaries,
we're not going to
yes.
be charging Andy Eads, and
Yes, no.
so I think there's, in fact, maybe 3,000 is a little short. But I'll
So,
say
and I think I
3,000.
heard you say events, and just so that council knows, so from a sponsorship perspective, the sponsorship monies cover all of the events that we're planning throughout the year. It's not this single event. So the allocation of the funds will go towards covering this event, but we've also got extravaganza, 4th of July, and then a 2-day event in the fall. So the sponsorship level, and I think I heard Councilmember Lamont say Founders Day events. So my understanding of that was you were meaning the events throughout the year. Yes. Correct? Okay.
All right, any other discussion on the motion or questions for Susan? All right, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve $3,000 for the events for our Founders Year, our anniversary, please show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous.
We will make sure not to disappoint.
Mr. Mayor, can I present the budget for next year? Well,
Like Greg is in a spending mood.
Philip's crying about his tree mitigation.
We're gonna have to start charging to cut
You
trees
should
down
make sure
again.
this is recorded. You may never see this again.
So I want to thank you from myself and on behalf of the committee. And if you don't mind, I'm going to not stay for the proclamation because I have dining room, kitchen, and center islands covered with vignettes that have to be completed before Saturday night. So I'm going to go to work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Susan. All right. We'll go back to our agenda, item 14. Consider and take appropriate action regarding a resolution repealing resolution number 2014-36 and adopting a new resolution to fill a vacancy of the remainder of the unexpired term on the Board of Directors of Trophy Club Economic Development Corporation 4B, reaffirming existing appointments and providing an effective date. Council, I would entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2015-01 with you naming a person for place 3.
I'd make a motion.
All right, go ahead.
Make a motion that we approve Resolution 2015-01, appointing Sean Bone as an EDC Director to a term to expire in 2015 and reaffirming all others.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion to name Sean Bone as the person filling that unexpired term. Any discussion? Did we end up with a representative from EDC 4B here tonight? Did you have any comments that you were going to make? No? All right. And also, is Sean Bone in the audience tonight? Sean? Okay. Nice to meet you. And is Robert McEwen here? Robert, did I butcher that last name?
It's good enough.
Close, is here also. Thanks both of you for applying for the position. We do have a motion and a second before us. All those in favor of the motion, please show your hands. All opposed, same sign. Did you vote?
Who was voting for?
You voted for? Okay. So everybody voted for. I voted against. I voted against because I thought we should take the recommendation of the board. All right. Motion does carry to appoint Sean Bone to the board. Sean, congratulations. And Robert, thank you for coming tonight and for applying. Item 15, consider and take appropriate action regarding a resolution repealing resolution number 2014-38 and adopting a new resolution to fill a vacancy for the remainder of an unexpired term of the Trophy Club Parks and Recreation Board, reaffirming existing appointments and providing an effective date. If you would, council, you need to move resolution 2015-02 and name someone for place 5 and reaffirm the existing people and making an effective date.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2015-02, repealing resolution number 2014-38, appointing Earl Bilbrey to a position on the Parks Board with a term to expire in 2015 and reaffirming all others.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Rowe and a second by Councilmember Perro. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous.
And Thanks, Haley Little, for coming.
Is Earl Bilbrey here? No? Okay. Okay, item 16, consider and take appropriate action
Nick,
regarding,
the chair's here.
oh, I'm sorry.
Haley.
There you are. Okay, couldn't find you. Okay, I apologize. I had a note here that I was going to recognize you. Did you have anything you'd like to say? I apologize for not. Would you come to the microphone, please? State your name and address, please.
My name is Haley Little. I'm the chair for the Parks Board. The only thing I wanted to say was we had a great list of candidates who came before us, and we're hopeful that we'll continue to get people that are dedicated to Parks and Rec and Trophy Club. So we thank all of them, and we hope to continue with that.
Thank you, Haley.
Thanks for
Apologize
approving
not
our
calling on you
recommendation.
earlier. Thank you. Item 16, consider and take appropriate action regarding a proclamation recognizing January 17th, 2015 as Founders Day in Trophy Club and celebrating the 30th anniversary of the town's incorporation. The chair would recognize Councilmember Perro to read the proclamation and make the motion.
Town of Trophy Club, Texas, Proclamation 2015-01, Founders Day 2015. Whereas articles of incorporation for the Town of Trophy Club were filed on January 19, 1985, and the year 2015 will mark the 30th anniversary of the formation of the Town of Trophy Club, and whereas since the town's incorporation, the population has grown from 1,320 to 12,011, and whereas observance of the occasion provides us the opportunity to express the appreciation our community feels for the many valuable contributions made by the town's founders and volunteers who worked consistently and successfully to improve the quality of life for the members of our community, and whereas many of the founders of this community, as well as current residents, contribute to the well-being and welfare of fellow citizens by giving tirelessly of their time and energy without desire for recognition, remuneration, or personal gain, and whereas the town has progressed immeasurably in the past 30 years, particularly in the areas of residential growth, quality leisure and sports amenities, road and drainage improvements, health and environmental standards, and is recognized as one of the safest communities in the Metroplex, thanks to individuals, advisory groups, and civic organizations that have worked diligently on behalf of the town, and whereas each individual recognized in Exhibit A has provided some special contribution for the benefit of others, and his or her services were and are instrumental in the continued growth and success of Trophy Club Texas. Now, therefore, I do proclaim January 17, 2015 as Founders Day 2015, extending on behalf of the Town Council and all of our citizens our recognition and appreciation for the valuable contributions made by the town founders, citizens, and volunteers, and urge all citizens to participate in and support the various programs and projects planned throughout the year for our community in celebration of the town's 30th anniversary, passed and approved by the Town Council of the Town of Trophy Club, Texas, this 13th day of January, 2015. And I move that we approve this proclamation.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
So I have a motion to approve Proclamation 2015-01 by Councilmember Perro and a second by Lamont. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed. It is unanimous. We've dealt with item 17. We'll go to item 18. Consider and take appropriate action regarding a request of a site plan for Lot 2, Block 1, Trophy Club Village Center, Trophy Club, Texas. Matt, Matt, do you have some comments that you want to make? And then I'll also recognize Dennis in a moment. So, Matt?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The applicant is requesting a site plan for approximately 8,700 square foot medical office building. It is in PD 27. It appears to meet the development regulations with regarding the entryways and building materials and things of that nature. I will point out, as you can see in the staff report and the staff recommendation, as well as the P&Z recommendation, that the 4-foot recessed entryways were a big concern for our commission, and it did take up quite a bit of discussion. The applicant has since come back with a set of updated plans that was provided to you all, hard copies at the dais. I've provided some slides that show that, and we can take a look at those if you'd like to see those. I do have some slides prepared. The landscaping meets the requirements as provided now after the P&Z meeting. Prior to the meeting, the applicant was proposing 2.5-inch caliper trees. Those have been since changed to 3-inch. Staff is recommending that the plantings need to be a minimum 24 inches at the time of planting, and that the monument signs be a maximum of 8 feet in height. Dennis is here to share the P&Z's recommendation. One thing that you also received tonight at the dais, and I believe an email earlier today, was a letter from the applicant addressing the concerns of the P&Z Commission as well as staff, and those things are updated and reflected in the new plans that you received today, and I'll be happy to go through those with you if you'd like to see them electronically. With that, I don't have anything further to add, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Council, would anybody like to see the electronic aspects that Matt referred to?
I just had 2 questions to ask Matt.
All right, go ahead and ask, and we'll see.
You mentioned that the 4-foot recessed entryways were a major issue that took up a lot of time discussing it. Can you tell everybody why that was the case?
Sure. The PD and the development regulations for Village Center requires all entryways to be recessed 4 foot. It's not real clear whether that's 4 foot from the front building line, and so if it's set back from the front building line 4 feet, if that meets that intent, or if it's on each individual plane of the building itself. So there was a lot of discussion regarding that, and in an architectural matter, what constitutes a 4-foot setback on an entryway. So clear direction was given from the P&Z Commission to the applicant. They have actually complied with P&Z's recommendation. They have added some Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, but some architectural detail to the front of that building that does allow for the recess, and they've also pushed a couple of those entryways back. I probably showed it a little bit better on the electronic copy if you'd like.
If you'd bring that up, I think we'd like to see it. Is anybody representing the applicant here tonight? Oh, 2 of you? Okay, 3 of you maybe? All right.
While you're doing that, as a follow-up, is the existing building that's already in place fully compliant with the PD 27 codes with these 4-foot recessed entryways?
Well, to answer your question about the phase 1, if a strict interpretation of the intent of that ordinance, I don't know if it is currently, at least in the P&Z's eyes, the way they see it, their commission and their direction to the developer to make the changes to the phase 2 building. If you take those recommendations and apply it to phase 1, then no, it is not.
How did that happen that phase 1 doesn't meet the standards of the PD when phase 2 will?
The zoning ordinance does allow the planning and zoning administrator certain administrative authority over changes in the site plan, as long as it doesn't affect adjacent property owners, land use, things of that nature. So I believe at the time there was some things going on with the tenant spaces, and the decision was made to make those changes to the exterior of the building, and it was approved administratively by staff.
And how can we change that?
You can propose an ordinance amendment.
Because I voted on it, and what I voted on is not what they built. And so how are we assured that this is not going to change?
Your P&Z Commission actually requested that we put that language for review on the next P&Z agenda, which is Thursday. So they'll be discussing that and coming up with a recommendation, and that will be forwarded to you all.
So I'm going to just redirect us so that we don't get off subject here. I recognize that we've had 2 comments or questions about a different phase. That is not before us tonight. This is the item that is before us tonight. So let's focus on that, and you can deal with those other issues separately.
Let me just briefly run through these. This is the overall site plan. If you can see, they have changed the exterior of the building to comply with that 4-foot recess. They have also removed the monument sign here on the corner and have made a couple other site changes that was requested of P&Z. Here's a floor plan that kind of best illustrates the 4-foot entryway. If you'll see here, Suite 100 and Suite 130 have these architectural stucco features that come out from the building 4 feet, which give it that 4-foot recess from an architectural standpoint, as well as the Suite 120 and Suite 110 have actually been recessed from the plane of the elevation which they are located. Another thing that came up at P&Z that's not just aesthetically important, but the door swing, allowing proper pedestrian access, having that 4-foot recess can also be a safety thing as well. Here you can see the not much changed on the elevation. Yeah, it's more of a horizontal rather than a vertical, but you can see the recess and you can see those stucco elements.
Earlier you said that all entryways, what would you consider 141, 102, and 110
Okay, I see entryway 100 and 110. Those did not come up during P&Z. I guess those are more of a service entrance, not intended for traffic other than maybe deliveries and service entries. Maybe the intent of the regulation, is for the front facade or anything visible from a right-of-way. But those were not a subject of conversation.
Do you have any other slides to show?
Just a landscaping plan. Like I said, and the changes that were made to that are addressed in the letter.
Okay. So thank you, Matt. At this time, Chair would recognize our P&Z Chairman, Dennis Sheridan, for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Originally, these items were discussed at the December meeting, and some commissioners were concerned they had limited time to review them, and I have to compliment Matt on putting together an aggressive schedule for the future so that the applicants will have their documents in early enough for both him and P&Z to review. As Matt has indicated, there's been some various discussions. P&Z held a special meeting this last week so that this item could be on the agenda. We're trying to work with the applicant. The applicant, when direction has been clearly discussed, has, I believe, tried to comply with what we're saying. We did not discuss phase 1. It wasn't on our agenda, okay? And Matt has indicated that it will be, some of the reasons. The P&Z was not unanimous in all this discussion. We were unanimous, I believe, in saying, hey, you didn't comply, the original set of plans given to us in December, and the ones that were given to us on this January 7th did not comply. But how to comply was discussed and in various detail. Then once that was determined how to correct the situation, some of the P&Z members wanted it to come back to P&Z for approval before it got to you, okay? I didn't think that was necessary because the elevation page, which Matt showed briefly, the front elevation, would not change. It's a dimensional thing that we're talking about, which the floor plan page that he showed with the circles and showed where the changes were, that was the important page. I reviewed that, and the applicant did do what P&Z asked. As far as the rear doors go, that's for you to interpret. We did not discuss that. But I have reviewed the plans, and they've conformed with what we requested. I'm open to any questions, sir.
Dennis or Matt, when you mentioned that the sign was removed at Bobcat and Parkview, why was it removed?
The sign, oh, okay.
Either one of-
I'm familiar with that. There is a sign limitation in this PD that signs are not to be, they're supposed to be separated by 250 feet. The corner sign would have been about 90 feet from the entrance sign on the Bobcat driveway cut, and about 150 feet from the existing sign on the Parkview parking lot, the cut. So they've agreed to eliminate the corner sign and keep the one on Bobcat, okay? And the plans that were submitted showed a 10-foot tall sign, and they've agreed that the PD says 8-foot max, and they would conform to that.
So can you point out on the schematic that's there, where did a sign disappear and where is a sign going to be?
Okay.
I think it exists today.
There is a sign right here. Am I clear?
Okay, I see it.
You follow me?
Yep.
That is a monument sign, okay? That's gonna be about 8 foot tall and about 5 foot wide, and maybe about approximately 10 inches deep, or whatever, brick deep, okay? It will be set on a concrete base that the height will be equal to the curb height. Then you've got this corner here where they're doing that, they had originally put another monument sign there, a low bearing but a wide sign. I'm sorry, I don't remember the dimensions of it. Then coming around the corner up here at this curb cut from Parkview, you have an existing sign. That sign is approximately in excess of 10 foot tall. Then coming around up here to the other curb cut, you have another sign that's about 140 feet, I'm guessing on the numbers, but at a code, okay? And that sign's about 10.5 to 11 feet tall, based on being on a raised soil bed. So these two signs were part of the original. I've looked at the minutes of the original meeting back in 2013, and signs were not discussed. So it got past us. But knowing that these signs up here in this section were reviewed, and they will comply with the ordinance.
So they'll have one new sign is all they're doing?
Yes, sir.
All the others
And
are
that'll be
existing.
on the entrance.
All right, those are my questions. So who else had a question?
That Matt?
Or,
I
right,
was,
Harold?
yeah, I was just curious about compliance, and on page 3 and page 4, there's a list of conditions, 7 specific conditions stated, as well as staff recommendations at the top of page 3. And I'm just wondering, what's the mechanism to ensure compliance with all those recommendations and conditions?
Councilman Pero, I can answer that. The plans that were submitted to you at the dais, and I received those plans electronically just before the meeting. Those plans do reflect those changes. The landscaping plan is updated to show the 3-inch caliper trees, the 24-inch in height. The entryways have been addressed to the discretion of the P&Z for the 4-foot recess. The dumpster enclosure, they've added a note that will be clad with brick on the site plan. They have actually reduced the height of the monument sign to 8 feet. They have added a note that signage is not part of this site plan and will be approved separately, which is our standard practice. And they've also added a note that all mechanical and HVAC equipment will be properly and adequately screened. Pardon me.
Okay. Anybody else have questions?
Yeah, I've got a question.
Faulkner?
on the front part of that, they're gonna have the awnings, and then is that gonna, I assume that's gonna go in 4 feet, right?
Yes, that's correct.
How
If
do you
you'll,
get-
you can use the mouse. If you can navigate to the roof plan, I believe it's the last slide. Oh, there you go. You can see there from the roof plan, those metal awnings are on the flush with the plane, I guess, and then the doors are recessed 4 foot from that.
Okay. Can we also ask for one, I really don't like, I wish all of the doors were 4 foot inset, because I take it from the overview that you go in front and back. If you go to the one in phase 1, that has an open sign that Garrett loves on both sides.
It's gone.
And so I think that the parking, there looks like a lot more parking on this phase. And so I'd rather that they have the 4 foot inset, but that being said, I would like on the side, that side door, to have something sort of similar to the back 2 doors that are not inset.
Councilman Schlaffer, I believe the side door, if you're looking at elevation west,
Right there, right?
right there, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a riser door, that's not an entry
Okay,
door.
okay. Then I won't require it.
Okay. And in addition to, I'm looking at this for the first time tonight. In addition to just not only recessing, like, for example, this door in 4 foot in, putting the architectural archway and little column effect around it, which is just really superficial, but it does make it a little bit nicer.
No, I agree, and I wish that was on the back side as well for those 2
I
doors.
understand. We did not discuss the back.
Because the other 2 are inset, but these 2 aren't.
All right, any other questions, council? Lamont?
On the rear, the 2 doors that are not recessed, they look the same size as the ones that are recessed. There a different plan for that? Is this an entranceway where they do have the recess?
No, they're shaking their head no. Yeah, it is.
So why didn't we do it for both on this one, or just do what we did on the front?
It wasn't discussed by P and Z, so anything I say is gonna be my opinion. Okay. And except for the riser door, which is not an entryway, all other doors that enter the suites are entryways.
All right, so the members of the applicant are discussing. I'll let them kind of finish their discussion. Would any of you like to address that issue? And if you would, come to the microphone, identify yourself, and if you want to make a comment.
Good evening. Ryan McGuire with CHC Development, 608 8th Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas. Regarding the back doors, is that what I believe the question was? In the initial Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the back doors did come up on the 2 that you see clouded here. And the request was to do some recessed feature for those 2, since as you drive north on Parkview, you can kind of see those. And so we'd made that change as requested. We also added a landscape island, as was requested, along the back side of the building. You'll see it on the landscape plan, which really provides additional screening, not only for mechanical equipment, but for the rest of the back side of the building. And that's how we addressed the comments and why we made those changes. And those are not entryways whatsoever. Those are required,
Extra
emergency exit doors, and we also added a covered awning over the 2 you see on the left side. Provide some additional element to it, but those are not entryways at all.
So the people that park on that side have to walk all the way around to get to the entry?
No, I expect probably all the doctors would park on that side and go through those rear doors. They'll access their offices and things like that.
But not patients?
I would employee only
Those
type
won't be
thing.
front doors for people to come in.
That's right. They'd be locked from the outside at all times.
Any other questions or comments that you wish to make, council? Thank you, sir. All right. I would entertain a motion at this point.
I guess I'll make a motion to approve the plans that are before us, with the exception that they take those two rear entry doors and recess them per the PD to match the other doors.
I'll second.
And I agree, I agree with Garrett. You know, without going back to the other one, like Nick said, I just, it's tough to sit up here and do this and then have everything changed and it not be what you voted for. So I would agree with Garrett. If we have a PD for a reason, the PD specifies it. I think the applicant on the first phase understood it. And so I think that that's not a unreasonable request.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Reed and a second by Councilmember Rowe to approve the site plan with the exception that the two other back doors bring into compliance with some recess aspect. And I'm kind of adding some recess aspect only because the others did a architectural look.
Right.
Is that agreeable to both of you?
Yep.
So applicant, if you want to come up.
Thank you. That brought up an idea. More than happy to make that change, by the way. We, basically would mimic something similar to that. This has some cedar columns that come, cedar column there. The first phase has that feature in the rear of the building as well. This tenant, we are fairly far along with in LOI negotiations, and they are a 3,000 square foot tenant. Recessing this area of the building in, probably chews up a little over 100 square feet of leasable space. That will be a significant enough amount of space to this tenant, where what we would like to do is be able to move potentially this door over a couple feet. I don't want to get too complicated with my request here, but I do want to make it clear that if, to keep this at 3,000, if, let's say, we lose 50 or a little more square feet here, then, we have the ability, the elevation stays the same, but it can jog 2 feet over in order to, keep that square footage. It's just a little bit of flexibility, and since we're sitting here and we're a ways down the road with this potential tenant, I just would like to go ahead and mention that.
Would the other option be to do the architectural aspect that didn't recess the door, which you have on the far right and far left of the other side?
I don't think we have room on the rear of the building to come out 4 feet
gotcha.
right there.
Right.
In fact, I'm sure we don't.
All right.
I mean, this is probably 65 or 70, we're talking a foot, 1 foot.
Is there anything, Matt, that precludes them from making that change aside from simply resubmitting this that you're aware of?
No, as long as they're still meeting the 4-foot recessed and the layout of the tenant spaces essentially is more with the construction phase. The square footages, that's not really a requirement of the PD. This was more for clarification on showing the, the horizontal elevation that they're providing. The changes to the tenant space, I don't think is a big issue. The issue is the 4-foot recess and those architectural features.
Yeah.
As long as those stay the same, then I think generally it's okay.
So knowing that, like he said, knowing that the elevation would necessarily jog a little bit is not any sort of additional administrative barrier that would be a problem. It seems to me like that would be beyond our purview, assuming they meet the condition that that Garrett's proposed.
Dennis, do you have a comment?
Mr. Mayor, based on the sensitivity of any changes to something that's been approved or will be approved or could be approved, I would propose that you, in your motion, allow the applicant, correct, help me on my wording, Ron, the ability to move the doors 1 to 2 feet to accommodate this. The reason being is we have a situation on phase 1 that we're going to discuss next week, okay? And it's going to be, if it does get through P&Z to make a recommendation to the council, it will better identify administrative changes. I personally don't want to see anybody do anything until I get that done. You follow me? So I'd prefer if you just give the applicant flexibility to move the door sideways 1 to 2 feet to accommodate his size request. I'd prefer that. Thank you.
All right, so if Councilmember Reed and Rowe would agree to modifying the motion, we can try to do that.
Here's my thoughts, Nick. Guys, just, you guys don't know who I am, so I'll just let you know. I'm a developer too, so I've sat in your shoes. I know this is a pain in the butt, but it is what it is. We're really talking about 32 square feet per side. If you guys are at LOI with a doctor, I'm guessing they have not started their schematic design. I would personally, I think from the city's point of view, rather have it look like this. We're asking for 32 feet on the one suite. I know that would make it difficult in this suite 110. It would make it a lot smaller, and it would probably make it difficult to work back there. I think you're at 3,005 square feet right now, so you're just barely under 3,000 square feet. I would prefer it staying symmetrical like it is in the front. Just my preference. Leaving it like it is, leave the demising wall and ask the tenant if they'd take, 25 less square feet than what they're looking for, and make the design look like the way we want it to look. That's my preference. If it's an economic thing, I'm sure you can get 5 cents more a foot out of the doctor or something like that. I just think long-term, no more, you can't get 5 cents more.
And I have already started laying it out.
Oh, you have already started laying out?
It's well underway.
I mean, it's up to the rest of what you guys think. It would be my preference. I mean, long-term, if you look at the medical, Dr. Crumpton's office, for example, it's been here for, 30-plus years, the one that True Medicine's in now. And this building's going to be other things, and this is going to be around for the rest of our history. So whatever we decide to build tonight is what we're going to have. So just think about that. Those are my only thoughts.
All right. So just to get this item to a vote, I would move that we amend the motion approving the site plan with the exception that the 2 back doors be recessed as per the plan development specifications and allow the flexibility to adjust the entryways that were described by the applicant to satisfy his square footage requirements if needed.
I'll second.
All right. So Sanders moved to amend. Rowe has seconded. So I'm doing this just to allow us to vote or discuss it. You've heard Councilmember Reed explain his rationale. So anybody else want to comment about the amendment?
Garrett, I'm sorry. You said symmetrical. How does that change by moving the doors on 110 or whatever over? How does that change the?
Well, my thought is there's a certain amount of footage, distance between each one of these. Yeah, so it's, if you blow it up, there's 4 feet, 4 feet, 2 feet. If you're gonna move it over, it's gonna be,
Oh, okay.
you see what I'm saying? You can,
From there to there.
I can't read that from here. Can you tell, Dennis, can you tell us what that says? How wide is that door?
That,
If
this
you-
door
yeah,
right
right there.
here is
Yeah.
8 foot.
8 foot, and then next to it, you have what, 2?
4 foot, 4 foot, 5'2".
Okay, so if you move it over,
You're centered in that recess.
that's, yeah,
I hate
it's,
to use the word recess in front of these guys. But you're centered in that architectural variation of the front.
so it'll be just,
No, I get it. I
Off
get it.
center a
I
little
get it.
So it's,
it's my picky eye.
Councilmember Rowe?
I'll just say that it's hard for me to not fall in with Garrett on anything in regards to this subject matter, because, as he explained, he's kind of our resident subject matter expert here. I think, though, what the applicant is requesting with the shift is it's not material to the aspects of the site plan that we should be really focusing on as they relate to long-term impact to the public, which is why we're here. I feel like it's I agree with Garrett. There's something about the symmetry that makes it look nicer, but I think in the long run it's probably a little bit too minute for us to split hairs over. So that's why I support Mayor Sanders' amendment.
Councilmember Perro?
I was just wondering if there's any happy medium between taking the suggestions by Councilman Reed and splitting the difference and using a 2-foot projection and a 2-foot recess and getting the 4 foot by doing half and half. Would that be permissible in the back with just a 2-foot projection as opposed to a 4-foot projection?
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. As far as the symmetry goes, we would keep the symmetry where we wouldn't, I follow what you're saying, so maybe I stated it wrong.
Okay.
Instead of saying, where's my mouse? Instead of saying, move this door 1 to 2 feet, and all of a sudden it's non-symmetrical with this, it would be, shift the door 1 to 2 feet. And so what that would do is, if this moves over, maybe this wall moves over half a foot.
I'm okay with that.
This wall moves, doesn't move over half a foot. It's
I
just
thought
the
you were
doors-
saying you were just gonna kind of move
So
that
it's just-
door off the side.
If it moves 1 to 2 feet, then we still keep the symmetry and the look of the building. I don't think, yeah.
That's not a problem.
So that's what I would say.
I have no
That
objection to
makes
that at
sense
all.
to me. Yeah.
I might have misunderstood what you said at first. I thought you were saying
I did say.
Okay.
I do support then the amendment to the motion that's on the floor.
All right, any other questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion to amend, please show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed. It is unanimous. We are now back to the main motion as amended. Is that right?
Yes.
And so before we vote, does the applicant have anything they want to say? You okay? Matt, are you clear with what we're approving? And Dennis, are you okay?
Yep.
It's clear? All right. And so the motion is to approve the site plan for the medical office building with the exception that the rear doors follow the PD guidelines of being recessed and allowing the applicant to modify the front architecturally to move the door if need be and the walls to fit his needs for square footage and symmetry. Is that agreeable with everyone?
Yes.
All right, all in favor of that motion, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. It is approved, no opposed. Thank you for coming and your diligence of staying with us. Tammy, I would go ahead and state at this time to please try to get the wording of what we approved, maybe typed up somehow, and run it by Matt and Dennis to see if they agree with what was said and make sure that we're, if y'all have some worry about the wording, that it come to council to make sure we're okay before the minutes are approved. Does that make sense? I'd like for that to be real clear, what we did. even though it may not have been stated clearly. Does that make sense? All right. All right, item 19. Consider and take appropriate action regarding a request of the preliminary plat for Woodland Plaza addition, Block A, 4.52 acres, being situated in the Joseph Henry Survey, abstract number 529, Town of Trophy Club, Denton County, Texas, and being located in Plan Development number 27. Matt, will go to you, and then Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a request for a final plat, preliminary plat, and a site plan. They're all a part of this phase. Right now, we're just looking at the preliminary plat. Staff has reviewed it, as well as a development review committee for all subdivision rules and regulations. It's been reviewed against the PD regulations of 27. We do have confirmation from our town engineer that they have addressed all comments necessary to move forward for preliminary and final plat approval. I don't have anything to add additional to the staff report. At P&Z, there were some questions regarding some minor labeling issues that have been addressed. This time, staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plat, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Dennis, comments?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with everything Matt said on the preliminary plat.
So it seems like to me that, well, first of all, is there someone here from the applicant? All right. And are you with the engineering firm, or are you the engineer? The engineer, okay. Seems like there were some concerns about other aspects that maybe aren't totally related to the building, but surely affecting it, that dealt with traffic patterns, crosswalk, striping, those kind of things.
Right.
Is that appropriate at
That would
preliminary
be,
time or later?
We're going to discuss preliminary plat, final plat, and site plan. Matt, those conversations would be shown on the final, or just only site plan?
Most of those comments are addressed with the site plan. This is just the subdivision of property. It really isn't pertinent with the preliminary plat and final
Okay.
plat.
All right, very good. Thank you for helping me out there. So I would entertain a motion to approve the preliminary plat. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve the preliminary plat.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Reed and a second by Councilmember Perro to approve the preliminary plat. Any discussion? All in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous. Item number 20, consider and take appropriate action regarding a request of the final plat for Woodland Plaza addition, Block A, 4.52 acres, being situated in the Joseph Henry Survey, abstract number 529, Town of Trophy Club, Denton County, Texas, and being located in Plan Development number 27. Any further comments, Dennis or Matt?
No, sir.
None?
No, sir.
Then would entertain a motion to approve the final plat.
I make a motion, we approve the final plat.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Reed and a second by Councilmember Perro for the approval of the final plat. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those approving, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed, it is unanimous. Item 21, consider and take appropriate action regarding a request of the site plan of proposed lots 1 and 2, Block A, Wonderland Plaza addition, Trophy Club, Texas. And now I'll again go to Matt and Dennis.
Thank you. This is for the site plan portion of this project. They are requesting an approximately 8,000 square foot Montessori school and then approximately 7,200 square foot restaurant and retail space. It'll be done in 2 phases. The applicant has intended that he has intends to develop the site as 1 phase at the same time. Some of the site improvements, in fact, the sidewalk and some of the fire lanes and things like that will be required to be constructed at the phase when construction begins. I do have a couple of comments regarding staff recommendations. Some of the parking stalls are labeled as 15 and a half feet. The minimum is 18. However, the development regulations do allow for the overhang. So the overall stall depth, including a 2-foot overhang, would need to be the 18-foot. So that's one recommendation of staff. Another recommendation would be the head-in parking at the rear of the property on the south side behind the proposed restaurant and retail that a row of continuous shrubs be planted, a minimum of 24 inches at height, to help shield the glare from the headlights when the cars are parked facing the ball fields. Planning and Zoning Commission had some comments and some recommendations to you all. Our chairman is here, so I'll let him go through those. The applicant has prepared a presentation for you tonight. I can answer any questions you might have, and they are also available.
Matt, what'd you say about the shrubs in the back? I'm sorry.
Yes, if you'll, well, I don't have it pulled up. Let me just,
I've got the site plan here. I just didn't, did you say they're not gonna put those in, or they?
that's a recommendation. They're not shown currently.
Okay.
I would recommend that those be added to the landscape plan, and I've talked to the applicant about that.
And that's along the baseball fields right there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do they have enough room?
Yes, I believe so. There's space between the existing chain link fence and the parking, because those stalls are in fact 18 feet. So without the overhang, there would be additional room to put those in.
I have a question.
Garrett, did you get your answer?
I did.
Okay, I'm sorry. Philip?
In the far corner, the dumpster, is that enough room for our new ladder truck to get around? With that dumpster sticking out? I assume that dumpster's coming out into,
That's a dumpster pad. That's just
So
showing
that's
where the
just the pad.
concrete
Okay.
pad was.
Right. If
so
you'll-
it would look more
asphalt.
like what's on the landscape plan?
That's correct. You can see the doors right here. The hatched area is actually the reinforced concrete pad, and where the doors are shown here, that's where those doors would be open when they're in collection, but they're required to have latches, so they'll be closed when they're not being used.
So that's still the 25-foot?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, what is the intention of the crosswalk? Is the intention of the crosswalk to go to the high school, or is the intention of the crosswalk to go to the residential area?
I believe the intention was just to provide traffic. With that being a school being proposed there, there was discussion to provide traffic to the high school as well to the residential area. The applicant's here. He might have a better answer for you of why they chose to go on the east side as opposed to the west side. I believe that they'd be amenable to either side, and staff reviewed that briefly this morning, and we feel that if it's y'all's pleasure, we definitely support it being moved there to the west side.
Yeah, I don't know what the intention is, and so that's there's no sidewalk for councils. There's no sidewalk going up the side of the creek area, but there is a sidewalk that goes up the side,
That driveway.
the driveway, correct.
So,
There's
which
none
would
on
be
the
west.
creek side, there's none that goes up, but there is some on the ball field side.
As it's drawn now, if you were
There's
to
an
cross
exi-
Bobcat on your right, you'd have the drainage.
Right, you're going to the creek area.
Mhm.
And so I would think that it would be better, like he's saying, up above that. Is that what you're saying, Matt?
That's right.
Okay.
It could just as easily be moved over here, I imagine. The only thing is there's potential conflict with that turning lane. I'm not exactly sure. Their engineer could probably answer that.
And I will point out that you may have some people parking here to go to that high school field. It's pretty close, although it's not as Mike told me you gotta go around, so it's still pretty far. But you never know. They may wanna go to the restaurant and then go.
Actually, to get to the ball field, there's open access to the west of the ball field. You'd have to walk through grass. It's not sidewalk access, but I suspect if somebody wanted to park in that parking lot to go to the ball field, I know that's how I would go. I'd go across.
Dennis, did you have some
cross-country.
comments? Thank you, Matt.
Oh, yeah. They one of them was just addressed, putting the crosswalk on the side. There were 3 traffic issues. One was no parking signs on Bobcat, And right now, there's none existing, and I recommend that they would. The applicant, based on the site plan as revised, note number 6, he's agreed to pay for the signs. There hasn't been any traffic study here as to whether or not, what did I do? Okay. There we go. Whether or not the entryway to both the Montessori school, which would be a high-trafficked area probably at the same time that the high school is getting out possibly, and also the retail shopping center drive cut here, which is approximately 125 feet, I'm guessing on that number, from the Parkview Road intersection. Whether or not there needs to be a turn lane here or any restriping is to be determined, and who pays for that would have to be determined. And then the crosswalk. Those are items that I had on the traffic issue. Another issue I had was the Montessori school, which is over here. All right. This is being discussed as one site plan, but it is 2 lots. It is currently under one ownership, but anytime you divide property into 2 lots, you always have the ability in a future date to have 2 owners and they were presented to P&Z as one project, meaning everything built at one time. And the Montessori school is going to have a decorative wrought iron fence along the common lines to the church and to the park. As of right now, there is a chain link fence along the park line. And may I comment that chain link is not allowed in Trophy Club except for the Parks Department. And the applicant, except for what Matt just talked about as far as landscaping goes, had no plans to change or alter that fence. On the site plan, which is you'd be over here, note number 1 talks about protecting the parking lot from the lights in the ball fields. I'm trying to remember conversation, whether or not the conversation was that the ball fields need to be protected from the parking lot. So that's going to go 2 ways. So I'm bringing that up. Matt, I don't remember if it was discussed in P&Z or this is a new issue. And I'd like the council to consider a fence or barrier or something along between those and the park line to get rid of the chain link fence. I understand, I don't know if it's legally enforceable or whether it actually applies in this case, but the zoning code article 7, development and design standards 2.0, page 158 of 197. Additional screening, fencing, and landscaping the P&Z may recommend and the council may require. Screening, fencing, and landscaping on any zoning case. I think the legal doc is for the council to, legal counsel to provide the definition of a legal case as to whether or not you can enforce anything along this line. There was significant conversation over fire lanes. My answer on the fire lanes from through Matt from the fire department is they have the ability to waiver the 150-foot hose rule if there is a fully sprinkled building and other fire suppression items. Maybe Chief Thomas could address that. Those were my comments on this site plan, sir.
Thank you, Dennis. Can you tell me, or can the applicant tell me, from a fire lane, how far is it to the corner of the building? So from the fire lane down to the by the church, and then the fire lane way over here by the corner of the ball field, how far does one of our firemen have to go to get to that corner? Anybody
If
know?
anybody has a ruler, there is, and I don't have a full-size set, up here at the top right is a dimensional rule.
It's 30 feet an inch. The problem,
Do you wanna know too?
What's your issue?
well, my issue is, this is a school, and I understand it's sprinkled, and I understand that they can get the exception from the fire marshal, fire chief. The problem that I have is one of the reasons that I read today in the fire code, one of the reasons that they have the 150, and Danny can correct me if I'm wrong, but not just because of pulling a hose, but one of our firemen who has to carry all their equipment, whether it be oxygen, whether it be whatever, and if this is fully engulfed in the front and they're having to go to the back, they're carrying all of that stuff, which I would imagine, from my calculations, is about 350 feet on just the south. I don't know what it is from way up here.
It's 130 from that line, roughly 130 from the line right just to the corner of the building. So that first corner.
You're talking about from
Yeah,
right
so I'm
here,
saying if
this
you're right
this
there,
concrete
just to
line
the
to
tip,
that corner.
just to that
Which
tip is
that's
about
not a
100.
fire lane.
Yeah, but that's not a fire lane.
Oh,
Because that's
The
your
fire
own-
lane
you
is
know what?
way.
I didn't even think about
The
that.
fire lane is over here. Can you see the?
So if that little circle's all blocked off for whatever reason, again, they're hauling all that equipment. That's my, I understand that the exception can be granted. I'm uncomfortable with.
It's 190 feet.
With 300 students being in this, it just makes me uncomfortable.
I got it.
And also for the firemen who, those standards are set because, not only because of a hose reach, but because they're carrying equipment, they've determined that 150 feet is kind of their max for carrying all that equipment. And so we're asking them to double that or more. And so to me, it would seem like you move the building up and put a fire with a turn area. I don't know how much of a turn area you need, but to me, it doesn't look like this back part's being used for anything. The play area is up here. So it just seems like if you shifted that up and got rid of these handicap parking and moved them up, you've got 65 spaces. You only need 60. And in phase one, or the retail site, you've got even more, 117, you only need 110. So it just seems to me that I would feel more comfortable with even if it's a fire road that's not accessible to the public, which that's permissible, just to have a fire lane in the back with some kind of turn area. I would assume you need a turn area, even if you went up halfway, so the truck could get there and that would seem I would feel a lot more comfortable with that.
I have a difficult time imagining granting an exception for a high occupancy building. I mean, high occupancy buildings are kind of the whole reason fire codes even got started, So that just makes me a little bit uncomfortable, like you, Philip. So yeah, I have to agree with you.
In Danny's defense, I understand what he's saying. This is there's full fire suppression and all that. My main concern is our firemen having to go back to these parts of it. Now, it was mentioned in P&Z that there is the LDS, where there is access, but if they ever put a fence up, then that's blocked. So that's just my concern, having 300 kids in there and something happening.
All right, so I guess what I would do is allow the applicant to come forward, identify himself if he'd like to, and make any kind of comments, or we can ask some questions if that will help you. Thank you, sir. I think he has a presentation, right?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Holmeyer. I'm with Holmeyer Engineering. We're the civil engineer on this particular project. We met with P&Z. You know, this item did come up with regard to the coverage. But as Matt had indicated, we worked with staff and the fire department to provide fire protection in accordance with the specifications with the city. And one of those specifications was allowing of the exception for the fire coverage. In order to address the distances, I scaled them off while we were sitting back there. On the east side of the building, it's 300 feet from the fire lane, and it's 200 feet to the same corner from the fire lane between the Wonderland Plaza, which is a retail establishment, and the school site. I'm really not sure how to address it. I mean, we went through the city staff review period process with their engineers, the planners, the fire department, and all of these items were addressed to their satisfaction. So we felt that we met the city's requirements coming forward before you tonight. So with regard to the fire lane, that's about the only rebuttal that I would have, is that we did work with your hired staff to provide a site that would work for both us and the city. With regard to the lighting that the P&Z commissioner mentioned, note number 1 was a requirement or a request from the city engineer asking us to provide shielding from our lighting so that there wouldn't be a glare to any of the players or batters or anybody on the baseball fields. So we added those at the request of the city staff as well. The parking, or the turn lanes rather, when we were here at P&Z, there was some concern about where the turn lanes were and how could we provide turn lanes. When we started doing a little bit more research, we found that there in fact was an existing left turn lane into the school site, the Byron Nelson site, as well as Parkview to the west. If you're familiar with the site, when you go west of Parkview, there is a raised median in that particular area, and it transitions down to a continuous left turn lane, if you want to call it that, along our site. So what we did is we identified that on these plans for your reference. In order to address the crosswalk, that was one of the comments that came up during P&Z as well. And we looked at various options on how we could possibly make that happen. If we place it on the west side, as there's been some discussion tonight, that cuts through that left turn lane. So it's kind of gives a projection through an area where you've got cars turning. On the east side, you do not have that because it's transitioning back out of the turn lane into a 4-lane section versus a 5-lane section. So that's why we selected the east side because it eliminated that one potential conflict with a left turning vehicle going into the high school site. And then the last item was with regard to the no parking. Putting no parking along the frontage of our property would be somewhat, I guess, not the appropriate thing to do. It would need to be looked at as a global issue rather than just a local issue with regard to this one particular site. So what we've done is we've added a note, which was note number 6, that says that we would be willing to pay for any signage that would be required across the frontage of our property in accordance with the Texas Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is the TMUTCD, which is identified in that note. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but one thing I did think of as we were standing here, Matt mentioned tonight before the meeting that there would be a requirement to add landscaping along that southern property line between us and the ball fields. A portion of that area has a retaining wall in it, which would basically prevent us from being able to plant any kind of material that would be able to grow. And then from the west of that end of that retaining wall, there's probably about 2 feet of overhang. So even if we didn't, we were able to put wheel stops, any material that we planted would be growing into the fence and would make it a little bit difficult to maintain, either for us or for the city, whichever the situation might come, depending upon which side it's growing on. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And so what was, your name, I'm sorry.
I'm Steve Holmeyer.
Okay, Steve. One of the items that I thought was mentioned that you didn't address was replacing the wrought iron fence, replacing the chain link fence with wrought iron.
Yes, sir, the discussion in P&Z was if it was a requirement by code, then we would need to look at replacing the fence, the chain link fence with the metal decorative fence. But based on code and our discussion with city staff, it was our understanding that there's no code requirement to replace the fence. So we left the chain link fence that was originally constructed by the town in place along the perimeter of the ball fields.
All right.
Can somebody check that, because I
Yeah,
think
it seems
it is.
peculiar to me that you could develop land and not fence it.
Yeah, I think it is a requirement for wrought iron.
Does this PD have wrought iron or wooden fence?
The fencing that they're proposing with their site is wrought iron. The existing chain link fence was part of an approved site plan from Indy East back in, I think, 2011 or 2010. And it was approved as a 6-foot chain link fence at that time by that council. There is no hard requirement of the developer to screen his development from the park. I'm not sure that the ordinance language that our P&Z chairman brought up, Patricia, stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure if that gives you a legal authority to require it, if it's a zoning case versus a site plan. That the landscaping ordinance does allow you to add additional screening and landscaping as you all see fit in a zoning matter. Whether or not that's something you can do here, but there is no hard requirement for them to screen their property from the park. There is commercial to residential. There is screening required for that for fencing, but not between a park and the development.
If I had an empty building deep in the heart of a highly residential area that I wanted to have any hope of getting leased out, I don't think I'd want to take my prospective tenant there and show them the chain link fence, but that's just me.
So can somebody help me understand on the site plan where the chain link fence is?
We have it.
Along the western border.
That's what I thought.
Sorry, I screwed up.
Just
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Starting at this corner, right up here, right next to the ball fields, the
Right.
park, coming down, that would be going east. To that corner is currently under chain link fence, and then this area here is where he's talking about has some retaining walls. Then the wrought iron fence picks up in this corner and goes along the ball fields as it encloses the Montessori playground. So you have from here along the baseball field and then along the practice fields a chain link fence. Now, Matt, I don't have the full documents in front of me. I understand what you're saying about the masonry wall. I'm going back to the same PD or the same requirement over at the medical office building where they abut the school district property, and somewhere in our zoning ordinance says that the property has to be screened from adjacent property. I'm coming off of memory on that, but I did look it up in relationship to why the medical office building was putting a screen landscaping plan up against the school.
It's page 54, Patricia.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have all that memorized.
Oh, PD 27. It's screening and fences. All development within the Highlands of Trophy Club Plan Development District shall comply with Section 45 of the Town of Trophy Club zoning ordinance in effect at the time council approval of this ordinance, with the following modifications. And number 2, fencing facing open space, parks, floodplain, or floor easements shall be wrought iron.
I'm
Thank you,
just
Philip.
thinking, Matt, was when the council approved it way back then, was that just a temporary fence? It seems to me that would have been a temporary fence, because you don't want to build something good and the lot coming in, you're doing construction and just knock down the fence.
I wasn't here on I do know in conversations with Adam, the thought process at that time was the ball fields have chain link fencing. So if there's that much chain link fencing in that area, just within that close proximity, then having the chain link fence around the perimeter of the park at that time was not seen as a deterrent or anything that was aesthetically displeasing. The fence was put in because that multi-use field would be just to the west of the proposed restaurant retail site to keep balls and things of that nature from coming across the property line. But as far as I'm aware, that the thought process was you're looking at chain link fences surrounding the back and the outfields of those ballparks, an additional cost to put in a wrought iron metal fence to see through that wrought iron metal fence and look at chain link just didn't make sense to the council at that time.
I get
Wouldn't
that,
we
but I'm
remove
thinking,
the chain link at that point?
now that you're gonna have buildings here, people coming and going, they're gonna look and say, "It's a chain link fence, really?" Just not gonna look right.
I think Philip, what Philip just gave us made it clear. And if we have double fencing that's on our property as the town, I would assume we would remove that if it was no longer required. And thank you again, Philip, for finding that.
All right. Council, I think it's appropriate to see if we can have a motion to approve the site plan, and if you want to list exceptions, do so. Anybody able to do that?
Just before we do it, can we hear from the fire chief as far as if he's comfortable with
Danny?
After our review, myself and my staff, as far as the IFC 2009 and the requirements for the sprinkled building in the fire lane, he met his exceptions in 903.3.1 as far as the building being fully equipped with the latest technology and fire suppression, and the footprint and the topography in non-legible grades for the back access road. So, and the 150 foot is a hose lay, it's not equipment lay. So,
so that's a yes or a no?
we didn't find anything we couldn't grant him exceptions to as far as the.
Do we have
our recommendation to the applicant was the remote FDC and looping the water line and putting a hydrant on the back side of the property.
Do we have any other properties in town? I know you've been here for a long time. Do we have any other properties in town where we've had to do similar exceptions?
We have two elementary schools that have the same scenario where we do not have 360 fire access roads to. So
Holiday Inn does not have
Holiday
360.
Inn's one of them too. So
what were the two recommendations? Remote something?
we remoted the FDC, the fire department connection that feeds the standpipe system in the building, along with boosting the suppression system inside the building away toward the corner of Bobcat and the first entrance to the east. That allows us to park an engine on that FDC and gets him away from the building, so we have room to get other apparatus in to do the firefighting. So
And the other was loop, the water line or something?
And the loop water line starts from the west entrance, goes around to the back of the property. We're going to put a hydrant on the back corner of the property because that building too will also be sprinkled.
Are those items listed anywhere?
Yes, sir. They should be in the staff recommendations or staff comments.
Yeah, they were part of the Development Review Committee report that the applicant received.
Where's the hydrant at? Where's the hydrant in the back? I don't show it on the site plan. I don't see it. So this is
One fire
this
hydrant is here,
There.
in this back corner here.
Gotcha. I see that one. I see
Another
the
fire
one down
hydrant
there.
here.
Yeah. And there's one out at the street, but
And
is
then
Chief
there's
Thomas, is he talking about there is
Yeah.
a hydrant behind on the other side of the building?
We've got one here, we've got one up here at the corner.
Yeah.
We've got another one down here.
Yeah, I've got all those
Another one
marked.
here.
So there's 4 hydrants.
Correct.
Yes, and we
Where
loop
you
those.
just-
We loop those hydrants for pressure problems and issues as far as the building goes.
So you don't see a need to put a hydrant to out on the other end of the building?
No.
No?
Because we have one right across the street on the fire lane on the east corner of the back of the property.
The remote FTC that the fire chief mentioned is right here, right at the end of the crosswalk.
Yeah, I got
And
that
then
one.
we've added another remote FTC at their request up on the west end.
And we've remoted the FTCs on several of the properties in town, the hospital, the hotels, even a new section of the strip center where Vinnie's is at has the same remote. It gets the engine away from the building so we can get closer to with other apparatus to fight the fire.
So you said that when you first started, you said that they meet the requirements for an exception.
Yes, they meet.
So this is clearly an exception to what the standard.
Yeah, the standard says that there will be
IFC would be 2009 IFC.
Right.
This would be not ideal and you have to have an exception.
Well,
Right.
the rule is that they will have a fire apparatus access road shall comply with the requirements of this section, shall be extend within 150 feet of the building. We can't reach the back of the building with 150 feet of hose lay, so
Right.
the building has to be sprinkled, and that's the first requirement on the exceptions.
and
He
did you-
meets that requirement.
And did you make that exception because this is the way it was drawn and they couldn't draw it any other way?
Yeah, it's the drawing that was presented to us. It wasn't drawn, we didn't get a couple of different options as far as the drawing goes.
Because I think the 2009 code says that there's 3 requirements. One, to grant an exception, correct?
There's
And-
three exceptions. There's the sprinkler system, and then there's the way the building lays out on the property.
Right, which
it says fire apparatus access road cannot be installed because of location on the property, topography, waterways, non-legible grades or similar conditions, and/or approved alternate means of fire protection is provided.
So
And that would be the sprinkler system. And then 3 is a 2 or more group 3 or a U occupancy, which is airplane hangars.
So you were only presented this one site plan?
Yes, sir.
So the preferred method in the IFC would be to try to make a brand-new construction, new building, would be to actually have the fire lane run around it. That would be the first to fall back,
would
right?
be, yeah,
So we-
preferred, but you do have to deal with property and the way it lays out. And
Correct.
stuff like that.
Right, and so that's what we're here to do, is to make a judgment call on that. So what we have before us is, we have a school that's full of children. We're not a independent school district board, or we're not a school board at all, but personally, I understand it's an exception, but just like Philip pointed out, and this is one of the times where I read the fine print in the IFC. I usually don't look those things up and read them, but I did this time. And I found the same thing. And my question is, are we trying to squeeze more under this piece of property? This is a big piece of property. I'm not sure why we're not trying to lay this out where we have optimal safety for our kids. I agree with you, there is an exception, and you're making a judgment off of what you have, and I appreciate the judgment. But I guess, I don't know if I'm comfortable, in fact, I'm not comfortable approving it this way. I would like to see it laid out per the standards, without an exception. I mean, why aren't we seeing something that's got a fire lane all the way around it? I mean, we're talking about the LDS church over here. We all know there's a swell there. It's early morning. This place catches on fire. There's something crazy. There's water pouring down this thing. Firemen can't get across here. It's like Ryland said, a high occupancy building, and at least it's not full of kids. Oh, wait, yeah, it is full of kids.
So I got a couple of questions, Matt. One is on the east side of the building, the Montessori building. If we tried to create a fire lane there, assuming the applicant could move design, is that does that put the road over the culvert that was covered up and built on that, somewhere in that area? I can't remember exactly, but it seems like to me that between the LDS property and this property
The answer is going to be yes.
is the developer put in a large culvert to try to recover land for park reasons? And will that even allow you to put a road over it? I don't know. That's one issue. And then the second question is, while he's looking that up, is the only issue that we discussed, given the fact that the parking signs were addressed, the lighting was addressed, the head-end parking issue was addressed, the loop water line and the FDC was all addressed. The only thing not addressed was the fence, where the applicant, basically, it was just ended up leave the existing fence there, right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right, so question then becomes back to the staff, assuming we ask the applicant to redo things and to try to get us better fire protection for this. Could it be a limited access road that allowed a fire truck to go down it, and would it hold the weight given the fact there's a culvert there? Do we know it? Anybody?
That's going to be a Tignall Perkins who approved the original culvert plans.
He's right. That would require some engineering calculations.
Okay.
But it is there. Chief Thomas, does a 8-foot, 6-inch thick sidewalk comply with, I mean, is there another way besides using the word road? Just a.
Well, don't you need to get the apparatus down it?
Minimum, a fire lane need to be 24 foot, so it's
Okay.
got to be, fire lane's designated as fire lane in the code.
Now, at your discretion, I would think the fire code official, if the road is not greater than 150 feet, it doesn't necessarily have to have a turnaround, correct? Or do you know that?
Yeah, you mean if the road's not
If
deeper
it's,
than?
no, if it's less than 150, if it's greater than 150
Right,
foot,
you have to
it
have
has to hook up somewhere.
Right.
But if it's less than 150 foot, in other words, if you, okay. Because if you could get at least halfway down, you're at least, you can get behind it. I think that's the goal here, is to get behind it.
Another alternative. Chief, I know you can't cross property lines. In other words, I don't think you can utilize the existing LDS church fire lane as it's drawn. But if they were to redesign their fire lane to give an access to in other words, their fire lane is right here, the LDS church. And if they designated a fire lane right into that property there, would that be legal? Because that fire lane would come to the property line.
They don't
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
I'm trying to minimize, all right, I'm trying to do the least amount to get the solution.
The LDS doesn't even have fire protection.
No,
exactly
understand,
what I was
I
gonna
don't,
tell you.
and it does mean that somebody's gonna have to do some negotiating with the church to do that, but if you could provide access right there.
Less than 150 feet.
I mean, I'd rather you have a turnaround, but.
Steve?
Yes, sir. I would just like to reiterate something that the fire chief indicated. You've got 2 elementary schools that have a lot of students already in it. You have a Holiday Inn that's a high occupancy, that's probably multi-level floors. I think, we've gone through the whole process. We've asked for the exceptions that we are allowed to ask for. It wouldn't be any different than any one of us coming April 15th when we file our taxes to seek any deductions that we can possibly seek. So I guess on April 15th, we all should just pay the total amount that we should be paying. With that, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, let me, this, where it says 37.3, that little crossover between I guess it's the church fire lane and where the school ends or begins, whatever way you want to look at it. What's there now? Is that going to be a fence, or is that a fence?
Sorry, could you state that one more time?
Right at the lower left corner.
Southeast corner of the building.
37.3, there's a solid line across. Is that going to be a fence?
No, that's a distance.
Just that there's nothing
That's a
there.
distance from the corner of the
so-
building to the property line.
Where the LDS church fire lane is, you're saying that you can't come through to the other property, right?
You're not supposed to cross property, no.
Okay, but is
Because
it
they're-
open? Is it
anybody in the
open or
world,
is-
they have the ability at a future date to put a fence all the way up to the front building line.
I get that. Okay, so could it be a fence that has the fire flashing code that would open a fence? Could it be a gated
Without-
fence?
Could be a brick
You
wall.
have a parallel fire lane like this,
Yeah.
and you have a property over here.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing legally joining them on a fire lane. That's what I was trying to get to.
I get that, but the reality is if a fire truck comes, the guy's not gonna say, I'm sorry, you can't come on my property.
That's a Chief Thomas question.
I'm just trying to solve this issue, but without trying to gerrymander everything.
Yeah, but you do have to be careful to not infringe upon the property rights of an adjacent property owner, even if it is for a humanitarian reason.
You're talking about new technology and fire suppression and standpipes and the whole 9 yards. So, you know, those exceptions are not out in left field as far as what we have developing all over the North Texas area as far as this property goes. So, and I know it is a school.
To that, you know, I wasn't here for the Holiday Inn. I wasn't here for Beck. I wasn't here for Medlin. I don't think any of these people, well, Greg was here for Holiday Inn, so he's faulted there, but the rest of it, we weren't here.
Yes, sir. Could you identify yourself?
Yeah, my name is Sanjay Joshi. I live at 8600 Rivera Court, Flower Mound, Texas, 218. And I just want to say a few things about this fire protection, everything we're talking about. We have total 8 schools. And in fact, we are building one in Carrollton, which is much bigger than this one. This is not a very big school for us. And again, even though the building is that big, that doesn't mean that we have like 20 rooms in it. We have a pretty big music room. We have around 2,100 square feet of indoor play. We have a full-fledged library. We have a computer lab inside it. So we have all these kind of facilities for the kids. So, and then, you know, when we have that many schools, McKinney, for example, right now, it is exactly similar. You know, where we don't have 150 feet or something. And in fact, Steve was our engineer on that property as well. And they had, you know, given us, you know, as he said, they granted us the exception. And again, the number of kids we have similar because the size of the site is pretty much similar. Over there, it's, I think, around 19,000 or 20,000 square feet. This is 17, 18,000 square feet building. So that is a little bit bigger than this. And it's in McKinney, 3132 Hudson Crossing. And we have one in Valley Ranch, Las Colinas, Flower Mound, McKinney, Carrollton, which we're building at Trophy Club. And then we have 2 more coming up in Frisco. And so, because, you know, when we are building these buildings, I mean, you know, they have all these protections and everything, which were, you know, all the guidelines which were given by the city. And that's what, you know, we are doing it. So we have fire protection, alarm system, all that kind of stuff. Because, you know, we are concerned for our kids a lot. You know, we don't want to jeopardize anybody safety or anything like that. So those protections are already there. Also, we do have a big playground area. And we have the egresses to the playground as well, in case if we have any kind of emergency or something. So that's all. Thank you.
All right.
Can I get clarification from Chief Thomas?
Councilmember Perro.
Chief Thomas, just to clarify something in my own mind, this building is built to the latest fire suppression standards. So is the fire code then telling us you have a choice? If you do this with these latest and greatest fire suppression standards, the 150-foot rule is no longer applicable? Or if you don't have it, then the 150-foot rule applies?
That gives us the option of granting the exception to the way the building's laid out on the property to allow this to be done. I mean, just looking at the thing, we go by the exceptions. It's going to meet our standards.
So the exception is the equivalent of?
Yes.
The 150-foot run?
Yes. Or greater.
All right.
If I could, Nick, if I could make one quick comment.
Yes, Councilman Reed.
I want to remind you guys that weren't in the subcommittee that worked on the new town facilities. If we're asking the applicant to come back with a different design that provides what we would where we wouldn't have to go to a default, right? We wouldn't have to fall back. We'd say, this is in compliance without any exceptions. We're not doing anything that we haven't asked our own selves to do. Remember, we in a subcommittee, we looked at designing new city facilities, and we changed the design, the preliminary design of our city facilities, because we couldn't get a 150-foot hose lay.
And had difficult topography on that
Yeah,
lot
and
as
it
well.
was, and that's what we burdened our own selves with. And that's for the city facilities. So I don't think it's a far stretch to say this piece of land is more than adequate enough room to put this facility on it with the proper safety features in place. Now, whether it makes economic sense or not, that's another discussion for the developer to have. Does it make sense just to put a school here and you have less retail or less? I don't know about that. But all I know is we hold ourselves to a standard. I think we should hold developers to the same standard that we do. This property is more than sufficient to build this facility on without any exceptions at all. Those are my only thoughts.
So, council, I pulled up on Google Earth, and I don't know the date of the pictures of the address at 3132 Hudson Crossing in McKinney that was referenced. Not quite the same site plan of his school, but what I am noticing is that at the top of the picture, if that's north, I don't know, looks like they're getting ready to put housing development in there, and doesn't show a road extending past to allow them to get to the back of this building. And the road on the south side of the building, or the bottom of the picture, again doesn't get there, although the property is a lot of vacant land behind the building. Looks like Sunji, is it Sunji? Sanjay? Yes. Looks like you have maybe some awnings or tents or playground or something behind your building, but then there's a bunch of vacant land. Is that for expansion, or what is that? Maybe I have the wrong address. Never know about Google Earth.
The site in, excuse me, the site in McKinney, the area that you referenced to the north of the site is actually an office complex.
Okay.
That's under construction.
All right.
It is now, I would say, probably complete and maybe occupied. The property that's kind of, the property's pie-shaped, and it goes to a point. We've got an apartment complex to the south that's got about an 8-foot masonry fence between us and them. And
Right.
then that area that's behind there has the covered canopies where the playground is where the building that Mr. Joshi mentioned is the part that we extended about a 8,000 square foot expansion into.
So all of the, if I look at this pie-shaped piece of property, all of the access and firefighting is gonna come from the front of the building and
The
one
east and
side.
the east and the north
There's
side.
really no access. There's a masonry wall at one point. If that office building is complete, you'd have to come through the office building parking or whatever to get to this property. So they have the same similar problem there, and it's a bigger square footage facility. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's in that range, a little bit larger.
All right. All right, so, council, I'm gonna make a motion unless somebody has a question. We'll deal with it via
Of one
debate.
thing, back to the crosswalk, was there any, where did we end up on that? Was there any
He said he
real,
put it there because it solved a problem with a turn lane.
the turn lane? Okay, that's right, now.
I agree with him on that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we got back to that, okay.
So, just to get us moving forward, I'm going to move the approval of the site plan with the exception that a wrought iron fence be erected to replace the chain link fence. And all the other issues seem to have been solved.
I'll second that.
So Sanders moved. Lamont seconds that we approve the site plan with the fence, wrought iron fence being added as a requirement. Any discussion?
Just a quick
Councilman Perro.
question. How did we address the headlights shining into the ball field and getting in the eyes of the players and so on?
That was
Did I miss
addressed.
that?
It's on one
That's
of the
been
notes.
addressed.
That was addressed.
Yeah. I'll just say I really agree with Garrett's sentiment relative to the layout of the property, but at the end of the day, it's private property. If we have other properties that have similar exceptions, it's hard to argue against that. Just because I would do it differently doesn't mean I should impose upon someone else to have them do it differently. So I support the mayor's motion.
Anybody else want to make a comment or debate or question?
Yeah, the only thing I think that we should consider adding to the site plan, if we're gonna vote on whether we approve it or not, is the crosswalk that's going to be put in should be, the new latest and greatest one that Ed's gonna talk about tonight. The developer needs to put that in.
Or tomorrow.
All right, so
Or tomorrow.
you're making a motion to amend,
We-
requiring the developer to put in signal lighting that we're putting throughout town for crosswalks
Yes,
as part of his.
yes.
All right, do I have a second to that amendment?
Second that.
So Reed moves to amend the approval by asking the developer to put in the latest and greatest signalization that we're going to approve for most of our crosswalk areas. Does anybody have a question about that?
Or at least consider.
Or consider, yeah. Yes, sir. Steve, you want to come forward?
Not knowing exactly what's going to be presented here in the next item, what are we looking at with regard to that?
That'd be nice.
Yellow box.
You're looking at the ability to have on a pole of some type at a crosswalk where a person can press a button and signal lights would flash traffic each direction, notifying them that there's a crosswalk there, and there would be signage saying that there's a crosswalk in that area, and it provides better protection. Generalized cost would be what? What's one unit?
Per crosswalk.
2 units and 2 poles? What?
About 5K for that setup. That'd be a 2 light as opposed to a 3. We have Miss Susan Marshall with L-Tech is here with us tonight. I'm sure she'd be glad to give you a price.
All right, Sanjay?
Yes, I mean, again, that's my personal opinion. I'm thinking is, our school, our kids are not, big enough where they're gonna be walking to the other side. If the people are gonna be walking, that's gonna be from the high school to us. So if you think that we are generating all the traffic and everything, we'll be more than happy to do it. But I mean, I would just want to be everybody to be fair, because to me, it looks like it, whether it's a chain link, because if the chain link was not good enough, why the town has put in to begin with. That was, my point of view. I mean, if it's not good or whatever, understand, but right now, it's expected that, okay, if somebody's doing it, they should be doing it. So, I mean, again, I have a very limited knowledge, and I'm just like you guys, I don't have a whole lot of, what needs to be done or not, but I'm just thinking, sitting there, that to me, I felt that it's a little unfair. Same thing with this, again, we are not generating any traffic, it's the high school. But again, if you feel that, okay, we are the one doing it, we'll be more than happy to do it.
So what's the age group, what's the grade level of the Montessori school?
Well, it's gonna be up to kindergarten, so it's pretty much 6 weeks to 6 years.
Can I say something?
5 years.
So it's pre-K,
Pre-K.
K, and pre-K and K, so it
Well,
really is kids
kindergarten, we are not
walking.
sure, yeah, pre-K, and then, we'll have the after-schoolers after 2:30 or 3 o'clock or whatever from the elementary school.
All right, Tim?
Did I miss something? Are you not building retail?
No, we are building the retail, but that's on the,
So you're hoping to have a restaurant there?
yes.
Or something of some
Right.
sort, and you have 2,000 kids across the street, and you don't think you're gonna
No, I mean,
generate
I
any
thought we were
traffic
talking
of
about
people
the-
walking by to go to your restaurant? You don't think any of those kids are
Well-
gonna be attracted to your retail that you're gonna put in there?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I was talking
I'm
about
just-
the Montessori area, not
Right, but
the-
you're building the whole center.
Well, I mean, if you're saying on the retail side, on that side, if you put it, I get it. But, I thought we were talking about the Montessori side.
I'm just talking about your center, a bunch of people that wanna eat at your restaurant or go to your retail establishment, that a ton of them don't have cars. I have to imagine that that's gonna be a huge seller for whoever you get into that site. They're gonna look over and say, there's a bunch of teenagers there with discretionary income that wanna eat there. So I would imagine that it's probably a plus for you to put in a crosswalk as opposed to having a bunch of kids running across the street to try to get to the coffee shop without one. That would be my opinion.
Okay, Mike Sly needs to make a comment.
Whether the kids are walking across the street or not, you're going to create a huge amount of traffic on Bobcat Boulevard for drop-off, pickup, that kind of thing. That is a that will be a high-intensity intersection. And I do think you have some responsibility to ensure that the public safety is accounted for,
Absolutely.
right? Because it's already a crowded street, and it's going to just be compounded with another 300 kids being dropped off and picked up.
And again, trust me, I mean, I'm not trying to offend anybody, because what I was thinking is if that is the case, then right now when there is a high school, why this thing is not already in place? So right now, you know, because
There's no building there.
Oh, no, what I'm saying is because, oh, you're saying that the people, because they're not, because that's why I think when Mr. Kurtz, when he mentioned about the retail plaza, I said, yeah, absolutely, because I get it, you know, it's going to be the people going to be, but I'm just thinking in my head, who's going to be coming from the high school to our Montessori or vice versa? You know, who's going to be walking in that, because to me it looks like it's unlikely. But on the retail side, you know, when there is a restaurant, I agree 100% that the kids, you know, maybe walking and everything, you know, that is.
It's not just you. It is the traffic patterns of people and cars. There's a church close to you. There's a middle school close to you. There are ball fields close to you. There are 400 or 500 residents that are right next to the high school. There are all those people that are traveling various directions, and we're trying to provide safety whether they walk or drive. And one of the things we're concerned about is that we're providing pathways for people. Right across from you is a trailhead to access a, how many linear feet, well, park's not here, trail that we've given them access to. So people are going to come right down the adjacent street,
Roseville.
and the residential of Royal Troon and all that, and they're going to try to cross the street wherever they can. And so we're just trying to provide something for that. But I appreciate your comments, and I understand what you're saying. So,
And I mean, absolutely. And again, as I said, is we are, I mean, in these two buildings, we are spending pretty good amount. I mean, the building which we're putting in, it's going to be like a really, really high-end buildings. So, I mean, absolutely not. That is not an issue at all. But I mean, that's what, I mean, I just felt, so I thought I'll just share my feelings. Especially when we were discussing about the chain link and everything, that's what I was thinking, that, okay, well, and that's how, and then when they brought it up, this one, then I thought, okay, let me go ahead and share it, what I'm thinking. Because as I said, is for the chain link, I was thinking that, okay, if it was not good, then to begin with, why did we put the chain link? You know, it should not have put in, because if they're not good. But
well, the answer is this. There was no occupant of the property, either the LDS Church, or the Montessori, or the other building that we were talking about for the medical office building, when those parks were built. Didn't worry about it. It was merely fencing a ball field. Now we're concerned about that. So that's the reason, whether you agree with that rationale or not, it is the reason.
And I think it would have been presumptive for the town to have put a permanent fence in place abutting a piece of undeveloped land, thereby locking in the future developer to be unable to develop it in the way they see fit, understanding that it was undeveloped. So actually, I think it was a prudent choice on the part of the town to do something, to do a temporary solution.
Okay, so the chair is going to, thank you, sir. The chair is going to recognize town attorney for a comment.
And I'm over here looking for regulations, and I'm emailing Matt to look for regulations with regard to our requirements for the developer for crosswalks. And that's, I'm not finding anything specific with regard to what they're required to do. I mean, typically you're gonna look at the whole traffic flow, the traffic impact analysis, and you're gonna make some decisions on street markings, lanes, signage, those types of things. I'm not aware of any regulation that we have in our ordinances, and I'm not finding one that requires the developer to go ahead and add a light that's not required by the Uniform Manual on Traffic Control Devices. And that's what governs what goes in our streets and roadways.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion to amend. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Councilmember Reed with Perro seconding a motion to amend the original motion to approve the site plan. Except I wrote that on the wrong line. That placed a requirement to install signalization as per what we're talking about later in the meeting as part of the approval. So, any other discussion?
Nope.
All right. All in favor of the amendment, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. So Councilmember Rowe and Sanders voted against, the others voted for. The motion to amend carried.
Can I ask you something to consider on your motion?
Absolutely.
Will you consider allowing them on their fence to put an access from the ball fields to their development?
Like a gate.
Right, some kind of gate so that people can go to those, if they have restaurants, sandwich shop, whatever, people who are visiting the ball fields can have access rather than going all the way down and then coming back up.
I think we have some restrictions about gates and fencing facing parks.
On masonry walls.
Wrought iron's allowed?
Yeah, now that you mention, I don't think they are.
That's my memory.
Yeah.
Although there was some discussion about it just with the Drees site, allowing access to the park, and I thought the deal was they couldn't put just a fence. It could be an access fence where the homeowners association had a keypad because it was private property. But maybe not. Okay.
You know, I don't know that it would make a whole lot of sense to have access there anyway, because it would be in the middle of what we refer to as a multipurpose field. You know, you'd have to cross a multipurpose field. You might as well just stay on the sidewalk and go around.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean?
So
that's-
Councilmember Schaffner, do you want to make a motion or not?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we allow access.
All right, is anyone second that?
Which park? Can you be more specific about which?
Okay, hang on.
The
Houses everywhere. Okay, see,
dumpster.
they have, right now, they have access, so everybody's congregated right here. They can walk right there, go in a gate right there, and boom, they're at the restaurant.
You're going to have to help point
No,
us
no.
out. We can't see
Okay.
your screen.
So right here, people are watching the ball games. They can walk right here, boom, to that corner.
Okay, so near the dumpster, like
In the
Nick said.
southwest corner.
Yeah.
Not have to drive.
There's
And not have
there's
to
a
go
good-
all the way down to.
Right there in that southwest corner.
Right,
where the-
right there is where I'm
They're
talking
already
about.
parked all around that area.
Well, can we suggest that maybe the applicant come back to us if he decides he wants that, rather than infringe upon him that?
I'm not saying he
have to
has to
come into
have
his
it. I'm
property?
saying given the
The
option.
option.
Right.
I would second that.
Oh,
And
okay.
regarding a gate, are you talking about a physical gate, or are you talking about
You know,
gates like we have
right.
on the multi-use field where you
Exactly.
kind of
Whatever they would be amenable.
just kind of,
right?
right.
You-
Exactly what
offsets.
you have.
All right, so I have a motion to install,
Or two.
to offer to the developer and the owner, and it's chain link fence that the original motion required, some type of gate or access going from the ball fields to the corner of his property, allowing access.
I'll second it.
All right, so I had a second from Councilmember Rowe.
Beat you.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Schaffner moved, Rowe seconded. Recognizing that this isn't binding, but it is a suggestion and an offer to him, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, understanding. I think it benefits you if you decide to do that. It does. If you see can you see the picture that we're talking about? A lot of people park in that area.
Right, and I think it's very, very fair. That's all I can say.
Okay, all right. So all in favor of the motion do you want to make, is it an amendment to my motion, or is it just a motion? I can't make it a motion, okay. It's an amendment to the motion. All in favor of the amendment, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. It does pass unanimously. We are back to the main motion, which is to approve the site plan with requiring the wrought iron fence, replacing the chain link fence, including the amendment that allowed for access from the ball fields through the wrought iron fence in some fashion, and did we ever have an amendment about the
Crosswalk.
crosswalk?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did we?
that was an amendment.
And it passed, and including the amendment asking for the signalization at the crosswalk. Any other discussion?
I'll just say that I really agree with Garrett, but in this situation, I think I would have to defer to the chief. If he feels that, you know, it's safe and that his firefighters can do an adequate job, then, and the exception is, you know, he feels comfortable with that. And the applicant has agreed to, you know, the things that we've asked, so I agree with you, but in this case.
And just, my last thing is, I don't support the site plan. I think that we're granting an exception for something that doesn't need an exception. I mean, we're allowing, you know, we're granting an exception for economic benefit. And I don't think there should be an exception. There's more than enough land here to put a school on with a fire lane all the way around it. And that's what our town requires. But if you guys want to grant the exception, that's fine. I don't support it, though.
Danny, do you have a comment?
I do have one comment to make. If I would have denied this access as far as the site plan goes, what it was handed to me, there's a process in the 2009 for Board of Appeals. This would have went to Board of Appeals, and it would probably pass the Board of Appeals by what's handed by the book.
And I'll say this, if it was in our hands to grant the exception, I probably wouldn't have. If it was in our, but this was in the chief's hands. So
No, we're granting the
well,
exception.
no,
This
but
is our exception. We're granting we're voting to approve a site plan that has an exception to the rules on it.
All right.
I'll disagree with you on that.
All right.
We'll argue later.
All right, I think I'm going to call for the vote on item number 21, which is the approval of the site plan, requiring the wrought iron fence to replace the cyclone fence, allowing a gate at the option of the developer, and require the developer to, with the crosswalk, to install signalization selected by the town. All those in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. So I have Perro, Reed, and Kurtz voting against, everyone else voting for, so it does pass. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming and for your comments. Item number 23. Ed? Oh, the chief is going to do it? You're just sitting there by the sign, is that what? You worked the button, okay, so, consider and take appropriate action regarding the purchase and installation of flashing crosswalk lights for crosswalks at 7 locations within the town, authorizing an expenditure in an amount not to exceed $48,163, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute necessary documents. I think that this council might be ready to make a motion.
Well, go ahead. I want to add one more. I want to add one in front of Beck.
Well, then make the motion for what you want to do.
I'll make a motion to approve this with the addition of
One more.
one more, the one in front of Beck, because Chief Harada's wife uses it every day. So says my wife.
My wife works there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're getting, are y'all going to have to abstain from voting because you have a conflict there?
I just pointing out what.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I second it.
All right, Councilmember Reed seconded Councilmember Schaffner's motion to approve the now we probably can't do 48,000.
I didn't say a number.
Oh, you changed it to 8 and left it at 47,000. Okay, that's the motion. All right, so we have a motion and a second.
You didn't put a dollar.
No, I did not put a dollar.
Chief, any comments?
Yes, sir. Just, that's a good idea, and I'd recommend adding an additional 8,000. Or, no, not 8, 5,000.
5,000, yeah.
Because it would only be a 2-light signal.
All right, so would the mover of the motion agree to raise the amount from 48,000? Pardon?
I agree.
And does the second agree?
I agree.
So the motion will show that We approved the purchase and installation of flashing crosswalk lights at 8 locations, with the 8th including at Beck, and that the amount not to exceed $53,163. Is that right, Jim? Did I do that right?
Round up 54.
Any discussion? Now, our Mrs. Marshall from Marshall, Texas, has been here all night.
Oh, we're giving her
You
some
can
money.
flip
waiting for
flip
her
the switch.
chance. And I've tried to move this forward by not even having any discussion. But I would feel real remiss that if Miss Marshall wanted to say something, we didn't listen to her full presentation.
I didn't have a presentation. I was just here to answer any questions. Let me say one thing, though.
Oh, now you.
Oh, God.
Don't take long.
Over to the microphone, Miss Marshall, and identify yourself. Oh, wait a minute.
These will be, these will be automatically dimmed at night, so they won't be so blinding. But these are the same signals that the police, fire, and ambulance use, a different color. So they're a class 1 light intensity. The benefit of this product is there were 2 studies done on standard round beacons. And they showed that motorists didn't yield to pedestrians only 20 to 30% of the time. That means they didn't stop 70 to 80% of the time with a round standard beacon. They yield close to 100% of the time with this. This is the latest and greatest.
Can-
Okay?
Thank you, Mrs. Marshall.
And
Anybody
can
have
I-
any questions?
Yeah, can I ask, not of you, I'm sorry.
No.
We have a nice hotel, if you want to, instead of driving all the way back to Marshall.
Where is Marshall?
Are we going to, in the signage, you know, this was one of my concerns, that we sort of become uniform. Are we going to phase into that? Are we going to try to do that over time?
Excuse me, but when you say signage, are you talking about the signage that's on the pole? It's required, there are standards required by the Federal Highway Administration. That's not.
So what does it look like? Do you?
It's the standard pedestrian crossing sign. It's either rectangular, or you can get one that's slanted at the top and straight at the bottom, and then it's required. It's a W11-2 with the light bar in between, with the down arrow pointing to the pedestrian crossing, which is an S1-1.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Are we going to go?
We currently have most of those in place
Right.
at these locations. We would have to change the ones, and that's the reason for the contingency.
Okay.
We would have to change the long rectangular
Right.
signs to what we call the home plate sign.
Right.
With the arrow, so we've got 3 locations.
Okay.
That those would have to be
So that's
upgraded
in
to.
this, that's in this, okay, that's good.
Would this, I just thought of this, in front of Beck, you've got residential houses. If you think about the crosswalk, we're talking about the one right in front of there, and there's residential right there. There'll be residentials at these other ones. Will these flash, and will this affect? They'll flash towards the street, but,
They'll flash
so
toward
somebody
the
hits it, is
oncoming
this gonna be
traffic.
flashing somebody's bedroom? I mean, can you,
They dim at night.
No, you shouldn't.
Well, you
They
have
dim
to,
at night.
And it's just somebody mashes the button.
No more so than a car.
and that's the answer. So do they just go up and down the street, or is there?
no, it is fair, it's a wide angle. It's a class 1. There are very strict standards on class 1. It deals with distance and zones and all sorts of things. It gets very
So think of a
technical,
pole-
but we install a lot of these in residential areas. The question is pedestrian safety more important than that, in that it's only, when it comes out of the factory, it's got a 20-second time default. There's a timer in the cabinet. So you can, depending on how wide the crossing is, you can take it down to 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 12 seconds, whatever you want to do.
So it's 20 max?
No,
Oh.
99
So I guess
hours.
across, we don't want to go in that, but going across Trophy Club, I guess it would be however long you determine somebody.
The average is about 20 seconds, but you walk across it, and if you feel that you need a little more time, you just turn the timer up a few seconds. It's adjustable by you guys.
And so, Chief, is this when will the cross guards use this when they cross?
It would help,
Okay.
yes.
So it sounds like to me that the motion was to buy this for Edgemere, isn't that right? Isn't that where we're gonna put it, and face it towards homes? Veg meal.
Well, I've
Or-
got a, I've
or-
got a big
particular
street
home.
light facing me, so I don't need
That's
any
just a
more.
private joke. He lives
Or,
on
or Lilyfield.
We can change order that into the Indian Creek
Light poles at the
project.
baseball park.
I'm sorry, it's late.
It's,
We can take up a contribution to buy the extra lights.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and we've had,
oh, wait, oh.
Oh, he's
oh,
ready to
Mike,
give.
did you want to say something?
I would just ask, are you concerned about how we're gonna pay for it?
Well, I
Forthcoming
gave you,
budget amendment, right?
I would,
Budget amendment.
well, and I would like to,
I'm prepping you for this budget amendment that's coming forward.
well,
We saved a lot of money.
the bleachers and the, security camera money is looking pretty good to me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's part.
It's being paid for in the budget amendment, which is where we're.
This is sort of parks.
We've saved some money and some other actions that we've taken, and that will be coming before us. Any questions about it? Thank you, Mike, for reminding me. I could tell John was worried about it, so. All right, all in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. None opposed, it is unanimous. Mrs. Marshall, thanks for staying.
So,
Oh, I'm
your
sorry.
last name is Marshall, and you come from Marshall.
That's right.
I live in Marshall. I come from Oregon.
Well, that's too bad.
A duck.
I mean, that's,
All right, so
I feel
was-
for you.
I was reminded by Councilmember Rowe, who pays attention in this meeting, that
Like a mayor pro
we
tem
were
should.
voting on the amendment.
What
And we need to
amendment?
vote on the main motion, and my mayor pro tem
Missed it.
Totally.
missed it and didn't provide any assistance to
I
it.
have
He was
his,
worried about the flashing
I
lights
keep
in
his
window.
resignation papers in my pocket if you ever need
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna do this again because we did it wrong. All those in favor of the amendment to make it 8 locations with adding $5,000, raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Amendment carries unanimous, no opposed. Now to the main motion as amended. All in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No one opposed. It passes unanimously.
And April, can you put something out just saying that this is coming, that we finally heard your
Yeah.
pleas for
Good call.
safety? Thanks.
All right, and so we are down to our liaison reports, item 24. Town Council Liaison Updates, Discussions of Same, Park and Rec Board, December 15th. Councilmember Schaffner, and EDC 4B, January 5th. Councilmember Rowe. All right, Councilmember Schaffner.
Mainly at that meeting, it was just the, because it was Christmas and they had a Christmas party that they had after at the chair's house. So it basically had to do with picking the new member and just some minor updates.
All right, any questions, council? Hearing none. Councilmember Rowe wasn't able to make the January meeting, and so I'm going to call on Assistant Manager Stephen Seidel to make any comments.
I think Councilmember Rowe had a pretty good,
Had a
pretty
three-day-old
pretty good
gig
excuse
at that time. Yeah.
You know, I similar to the Parks Board, the main topic was the board appointments and the interviews. They had a few minor updates. Other than that, it was a pretty regular meeting.
All right?
Can I say something on that? There's several members that have made concerns about Councilman Rowe not coming.
Such a troublemaker.
But there, at almost every EDC meeting, there's 2 councilmen in the audience, Greg and I. So I'm not so sure that that's, I mean, if there's anything major, we're right there.
Well, I would refer to the elected and appointed officials handbook, which I've become intimately familiar with over the last week or two, with regards to liaisons, at least at this current time. And we've talked about this in the past, is that if council has something as a body that they would like for me to address, we have the freedom to do that, and that's what I'm here for. And likewise, I've reached out to Greg Wilson, who's the president of EDC, and let him know that if there's anything that he would like me to be present for the purpose of coming back to you guys, to let me know. And Beyond that, I have so many commitments that it wouldn't be a good use of my time every month when I know you guys are going to be there to be the fly on the wall anyway. So
It's just, we take a very hands-on approach.
Were you saying that you found a place in the handbook that he was out of order?
no, not at all.
I thought maybe that's
Not
what
at
you were
all.
gonna
But we
refer
could,
to.
we have it opened up
No.
to edit, so we could put something in.
We're almost through the night without anybody being out of order. Is this going to be a record?
You're off subject.
Oh.
Out of order.
Mayor Pro Tem. But I'll bring you back in. Okay. Wow. So 25, item 25, Town Manager Sly's update regarding the following. Discussion and provide input regarding same. RFP for parks turned over to CFAB, and financial update, Police Department. Mike?
We've already discussed the RFP for the parks. CFAB has had their first crack at it. They're meeting again on the 26th, I believe, is that the right date? And are reviewing the intricacies of the existing RFP. We've already since posted it on the Google Drive for council, so you're welcome to review it as well. The only other thing I would like to do is make you aware, as the charter dictates that I do. I shifted some money in the budget, in the police department's budget, from salary surplus to overtime. Chief came to me, and they are in the process of cleaning up evidence inventory and records and getting documents prepared for the judge to allow them to get rid of the evidence. And he's doing that off hours and offering his officers, patrol officers, the opportunity to get a little bit of overtime to learn and see how that process actually works. Most of them don't know. So it's also a professional development opportunity. So I have reallocated $15,000 from the salary line of the PD to overtime of the PD. I have a responsibility to let you know when something like that happens.
You also may want to mention that it's not just officers that are working on this. They're also having volunteers.
That's true.
From the
good point.
From the volunteer association coming in to assist during that process, and they've already done a crazy amount of work and time commitment.
All right, and so
I fully support the overtime and everything. That's great. I mean, the question just comes to mind is, why are they just now getting trained? Did our last police chief not take? I mean, maybe there's we'll talk about this later, but.
all right, so Tammy, just to make sure, because of the requirement that you delineate specifically the town manager's report about the financial update police department transferring of funds of $15,000. All right. Item 26, items for future agenda. I would call your attention to page 280 of the packet and recognize that item number 8, we're putting a date of January 27th, changing the 1 January 13th to be 2 January 27th. Is that right, Philip, how that works?
I wasn't listening.
Okay, we'll assume that's right. And item 13, Councilmember Lamont asked to add baseball contracts and tournaments to a future date. Is that right?
Correct.
All right.
And
And I want to add an item 14, which is a discussion and planning of the 4th of July event. There are a couple of groups that really make that thing happen. There's a committee for 4th of July, and there's the Stars and Stripes group with flags, and we need to be able to give some direction and see what we're going to do there.
Okay.
We can also strike item 9 that was addressed tonight.
And 10.
9 and 10 can be taken off, Tammy. Anything else? Anybody want to add anything else?
Yeah, I would like to add, I would like for us to look at our technology, like a technology update, not talking about IT per se, but like what we do with council meetings, things of that nature.
Isn't that on our preliminary agenda for our retreat?
I did send that one.
Oh,
in.
it is up.
Something similar.
What is? I'm sorry,
He wasn't listening either.
I was working.
Discussion about where we put videos and utilizing other resources.
retreat.
for-
Yes, that's on the
Okay.
retreat agenda.
Councilmember Rowe had already submitted that.
And I think that I agreed with him on that in an email.
Yeah. Pablum's starting to drip down the side.
You have my resignation letter.
All right, we are down to item 27, and I'm going to read that, and then we will take a short recess before we get into our executive session, just to allow people to leave the room and whatever. Item 27, pursuant to Texas Government Code annotated subchapter 551, council will convene into closed executive session as authorized by A, Section 551-0712, consultation with attorney for consultation with its attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflict with the Open Meetings Act, 551.0712. Attorney-client privilege and waiver of privilege is what we will be discussing. Item B, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the governmental body in negotiations with a third person. Potential sites for the location of new police and town hall facility, annex building, and potential lease of property. It is 11:18, and we are in executive session. It is 12:34 a.m., and council will reconvene in the regular session. Sorry about that, guys. Item 28, consider and take appropriate action regarding the executive session. We have no action to be taken. Chair would recognize Councilmember Kurtz for a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Lamont seconds. All in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. We're adjourned.